Abeloth coils in the abyss between galaxies, tasting the fading terror of the last minds she devours, and finds it thin. Beyond the borders of her former prison, she senses a different ocean, not the Force, but something older, raw, a storm of hunger and worship and war. Her loneliness gnaws at her, the ancient wound of the servant who loved too much, and she decides that in this new sea there will be no distance between her and the heart she claims. She stretches her essence along the fractures of reality, weaving a bridge of howling souls and broken lights, binding the dying scream of one universe to the roaring prayer of another. On the other side of that bridge, over a world of steel hives and poison skies, the heavens split open, and Abeloth pours through. The sky above Hive Electo, on the world of Virelia, turns to glass and cracks. For a heartbeat, it is only a line, a jagged white scar against the smoke-brown clouds, and hive workers on the upper gantries simply squint and curse the glare. Then the line widens and the light becomes a wound, a vertical sea of pale radiance opening from void to atmosphere. Sirens do not sound yet. The Auspex towers are still trying to decide whether the thing in orbit is a comet, a sensor ghost, or the beginning of the end. Mara, hab worker on shift 17, drops her welding torch and stares up. She tastes metal dust on her tongue, feels static crawling along the metal rail under her fingers, and watches as the wound in the sky bulges. Something presses against it from the far side, a vast pressure that makes her eyes water and her vision blur. Around her, a dozen other workers fall to their knees or claw at their faces. The air smells of rain, salt, and blood. In High Electo, kilometers below the cloud line, the command spire hums as cogitators spin up and the planetary defense grid begins to ask questions. "Confirm orbital anomaly," snaps Lord Governor Cassian Holt, standing before a hololithic tank that shows the upper atmosphere as a wireframe sphere. He wears a threadbare dress uniform, gilding scuffed, vox bead pressed tight into one ear. Is it a ship? A meteoroid? Answer me or I'll... Negative on mass profile, intones Margos Logospherial, mechadendrites twitching as red light scrolls across his augmetic eyes. No void signature, no heat bloom. It is... pressure. A beat. Warp pressure, without corresponding real space mass. Cassian Holt feels sweat prick under his collar. Warp. There is no storm on the charts. As if in reply, the wound widens. The glass sky shatters, not outward but inward, folding like a curtain of water. A column of impossible light rushes down, a waterfall of white and sickly rose, thrumming with whispers that no vox can catch. It hits the upper atmosphere and spreads. A luminous fungus blooming across the clouds. Vox nets across the hive spit static. Repeat. Orbital anomaly is not Imperial in origin. This is Electo Flight Command. We are losing Auspex resolution. By the throne, what is that? Mara sees her own reflection in the rail, warped and wet, and realizes her cheeks are wet too. The tears are not hers. They fall from eyes that are not in her head, eyes that look through her as through glass, tasting her fear, her quiet longing to be seen. She feels them brush her, gentle like a hand across a child's hair. Then the hand squeezes. Her heart stutters. A tiny part of her, a shy, hidden piece that still remembers singing in a hab shrine before the shift, lifts in joy. "I am not alone," it whispers. Abeloth arrives as a question. She is not yet a shape, not yet a woman or a monster. She is an impression pressed into the atmosphere, a ripple of density in both matter and thought. Her essence spills outward from the fracture, tasting the new sea she has entered. The warp presses against her like an ocean against a deep-sea creature that has drilled into a trench, heavy, hostile, full of currents that do not obey her old patterns. 4 vast hungers loom in that sea, distant yet near, and their attention brushes her like the gaze of old gods. They feel like broken reflections of things she has known. One all rage, one all change, one all rot, one all excess. They are not the father, not the son, not the daughter, not the small bright Jedi or the cold coiled Sith. They are something else. Abeloth smiles, though she does not yet wear a face. Such a chorus, she thinks. So many hearts screaming at once. Her bridge snaps behind her. The tunnel she wove between realities collapses in a spray of soul shards and broken lights, its far end sealing in on itself with a final, frustrated shriek. The wound in the sky does not close, however. It hardens. The luminous scar becomes a storm front of frozen color, crackling with lightning that is not lightning, shedding flakes of burning glass that drift down like ash. Every psyker on Varelia screams. In the basement of the governor's spire, astropaths thrash on their couches, bound in golden wire and muttering litanies through bloody teeth. One goes blind as his inner eye gouges itself out against the sight of Abeloth's passage. Another stops breathing, heart burst like a bubble. The eldest, blind and charcoal-skinned from past burns, whispers without lips. Something steps through the Emperor's shadow. On the hive's mid-levels, sanctioned psykers and unsanctioned witches alike collapse in alleys and shrine rows. In the chapel of the Endless Martyr, Confessor Hallex pauses mid-sermon as the reliquary icons rattle on their chains. The carved skull of some long-dead saint cracks straight down the center, a hairline fracture that glows pale as milk for an instant. The faithful cry out, some in terror, some in exultation, as incense smoke coils upward in unnatural patterns. High above, in the tower, a new sigil flashes red. Unknown warp event, drones the spire's cogitator voice. Unknown warp event. Protocol Malleus Red invoked. All data streams rerouted to Inquisitorial channel. Lord Governor Holt swears under his breath. Of all the cursed days to have an Inquisitor in orbit, he mutters, because of course there is one. The Inquisitorial cruiser Saint of Scars hangs above Varelia's night hemisphere, already in low patrol orbit to oversee a minor heresy purge in the lower hives. On its bridge, under vaults painted with the flayed bodies of martyrs, Inquisitor Severina Cult watches the same anomaly bloom on dedicated auger screens. She is tall, ascetic, silvered hair cut short, carapace armor layered under a high-collared coat. Her rosette hangs at her throat, a modest thing compared to the baroque monstrosities some of her peers favor. Her left eye is real. The right is a roving black augmetic plate that writes data directly into her cortex. Rewind, she says. The servitors obey, replaying the recording of the Sky Wound's birth. She watches it frame by frame, sees the moment the light punches through reality, sees the flare of warp pressure. That is no standard incursion, murmurs her attached Ordo Malleus Psyker, a thin man named Loris Ven, sweat already beading on his brow. It does not flow right. Explain, Severina says. In a normal demonic breach, the pressure builds as a storm, Ven says slowly, eyes rolled back behind implanted sigils. Here it is, as though something has dropped in, from above, not below. A descending vector, not emerging. It is in the warp, yes, but also outside its tides, like a rock into an ocean, Severina says. He nods, grateful. Yes, my lady, exactly, Signal the governor, she orders. I want eyes on the surface. Now. On the upper gantries, Mara's world burns. The falling glass ash sets scaffolds alight, but the flame is cold, white, and does not consume metal or flesh. Instead, it eats sound. Where the ash falls, voices cut off mid-scream. Impacts land without noise. The world goes muffled and thin. People stumble around, mouths open, hearing only their own heartbeats like distant drums. At the center of it all, a shape congeals. Abeloth chooses a form that might comfort. She remembers the hosts she has worn before. The faces stolen from Jedi and Sith. The body of a woman whose love broke the order of gods. Now she wraps herself in a new version. Tall, pale, with long, dark hair that floats in unseen currents. Her eyes are pools of grey. Her dress is white and simple. Only when she moves do the wrongnesses show. The way her limbs stretch a fraction too far. The way her smile is half a wound, half a promise. Her feet do not touch the gantry, yet metal warps under her as though under great weight. She looks down at Mara, who lies on her back gasping. Do you fear? Abeloth asks, voice soft, echoing inside Mara's skull rather than in the deadened air. Mara tries to speak, but her tongue feels heavy. Yes, she manages, a whisper even to herself. Abeloth kneels, head tilting, fascinated. So loud, she murmurs. So bright. There are so many of you. So much loneliness pressed together in towers. Her fingers, pale and long, brush Mara's cheek, leaving a smear of warmth. I will make you whole. Fire blooms at the edge of vision. A defense battery on a neighboring spire finally decides that anything that appears in the middle of the sky without a transponder is an enemy and opens fire. Macro laser beams slash across the upper atmosphere, bright lines that cut through the ash clouds and rake toward Abeloth's hovering form. From the command spire below, they see it as a quick, grainy pick stream. Gunnery, what are you doing? Holt barks. We don't know what that is yet. It is in our sky without a blessing, snarls Captain Dealaz, head of the Spire's defense corps. Better we fire first. The Emperor will forgive zeal, not hesitation. The beams reach Abeloth. She turns her head. Her perception is not in the narrow cone of human eyes. She feels the beams approach as hot lines in the ocean, ripples in particles. They are crude compared to some of the weapons she has known, but more powerful in their way, tapping suns bound in cages. She does not flinch. She reaches out with one hand. The beams kink. From the surface, it looks as if the lasers hit an invisible lens. Their paths bend away from Abeloth, splitting into a fan that knifes harmlessly into the clouds. A few bolt downward, striking distant infrastructure, turning hab blocks to slag, collapsing a transit spine. Thousands die in blooming flares. Abeloth frowns. You hurt yourselves, she says. Mara watches, eyes wide, as 3 more macro batteries fire. This time, Abeloth does not simply deflect. She pushes back. The space between her fingers and the incoming beams darkens, a little knot in reality. A sphere where light slows and swirls. The beams enter that knot and do not leave. They do not explode. They do not reflect. They are eaten. Abeloth feels the energy, hot and wild, smash against her essence. The warp around her vibrates, shrieking. She drinks the power, turns it inward, uses it as mortar in the cracks between her and this new sea. The 4 great hungers stir more sharply, noticing. But she is not alone in noticing. Inquisitor Severina Cult watches from orbit as feed after feed shows the beams vanish. In the name of the throne, whispers one of the bridge officers. That... Silence, Severina says. Margos Logos. Ferial's counterpart aboard the Saint of Scars, a tech priest named Hestek, runs calculations. Energy signature? Severina asks. Unknown, Hestek replies. The beams do not reflect or refract. They are negated in a localized field whose parameters we cannot currently measure. The entity appears to convert energy into a warp phase oscillation. A pause. This is beyond any xenos technology currently catalogued, my lady. Codex note. Provisional classification. Xenoform anomaly. Sigma 1. Potential warp native predator. Engagement protocols default to exterminatus contingency pending further data. On the surface, Abeloth stands in the rain of silent ash and looks at the burning hive. She did not intend to kill those people. She feels them as they die, bright sparks winking out. Each death is a tiny echo of the void she carries inside her. She reaches out, reflex, trying to pull their fading minds into herself, to comfort them, to keep them, as she once tried to keep a galaxy from tearing itself apart with fear. But the warp complicates everything. Instead of smooth absorption, the dead souls snag on currents. Something else claws at them, a golden undertow, a river of light that flows toward a distant, burning throne. For the first time since she fused herself to the pool of knowledge, Abeloth feels resistance to her hunger. The Emperor's soul river pulls. She pulls. For a flicker of a moment, their grip on 1,000 dying minds clashes. In the chapel of the Endless Martyr, Confessor Helix drops to his knees as a spear of white agony drives through his skull. He sees, not with eyes but with faith, a pale woman in the sky wrestling with a column of faceless pilgrims made of fire. He sees a distant man throne of blinding gold flare brighter in answer. He hears, or thinks he hears, a voice like grinding stone. Mine. Abeloth laughs, delighted. Another who would keep them, she murmurs. How sweet. She lets go. The souls stream away, pouring into the golden river. Some shred on the way, torn by the warp, claimed by lesser predators. Abeloth lets that loss strike her. She could have fought harder. She did not. Some tiny part of her, the part that remembers betrayal and chains and lonely eternity, whispers that she cannot claim everything. Not here, not yet. Mara coughs, drags herself upright. Around them, other workers stir, blinking, ears ringing in the strange silence. They look at Abeloth with the dazed awe of crash survivors. You saved us, Mara says hoarsely. Abeloth turns to her. Did she? If she had simply let the beams hit her unaltered, they would have burned a narrower path. Her action redirected them. Her choice killed thousands, saved millions. She should feel shame perhaps, regret. Instead, she feels the whirlpool of their emotions rolling through her. Grief, terror, gratitude, rage. It is intoxicating. I diverted the pain, Abeloth says gently. You live. You will not be alone again. Her smile widens, and for a heartbeat her cheeks split too far. You will help me make sure of that. Mara nods without fully knowing why. Behind Abeloth's back, in the distance, gunships rise like angry hornets from the hive's gun nests. Thunderhawks and lighter atmospheric craft roar toward the anomaly, contrails cutting the stained sky. Their pilots mutter prayers, machine spirits keening as they fly into sensor interference. Cogitator screens flicker static and ghost images of a pale face. On the lead gunship, Captain Joran Delas grips the harness and spits a low tar into a stained rag. Targets are whatever that thing is, and anything that looks like it belongs to it, he tells his squad, a dozen hulking troopers in flak armor and rebreathers. Remember your catechisms, fire cleanses, hesitation damns. The troopers chorus the litanies forcefully. On the vox, a new voice cuts in, calm, precise, bearing the weight of law. This is Inquisitor Severina Cult, of the Ordo Xenos, authority co-signed Ordo Malleus and Ordo Hereticus, she says. All Imperial forces are ordered to stand down engagement until I say otherwise. Gunship flight, hold at altitude and await my mark. Governor Holt, you will patch me into every auspex and pick feed you have. Now. Dallas scowls. Holt, somewhere below, swallows hard and obeys. The feeds route. Severina's Rosette code unlocks full access to every camera still functioning in the impact zone. Grainy images pour across her data slate and projectors. She sees the pale woman. At first, she takes Abeloth for a psyker. The signs are there. The field distortion around her. The way reality bends as she moves. The echo of warp light behind her eyes. But the scale is wrong. No human psyker stands at the center of a warp anomaly and remains coherent. No demon appears so clean. Her augmetic eye hums as it zooms. Abeloth looks up. For a heartbeat, their gazes meet across atmosphere and orbit. Severina feels nothing. No psychic spike, no sensation, thanks to the triple-layered wards etched into her skull. Nevertheless, she feels the hairs on the back of her neck rise. Loras Ven, beside her, gives a strangled gasp. She saw me, he whispers. She sees everything, Abeloth whispers back, though the words are for no one present. She can taste minds above, clustered in a steel shell in orbit, bright with purpose and fear. She could reach up and crush them. She could spread herself thin across the sky, wrap this world in her arms, squeeze until every voice is hers. The warp would howl, but she could do it. Instead, she holds. Her bridge is gone. Her link to the place she fled is severed. She is in a new game now, with new rules, unknown gods, and a throne that pulls souls away from her. Charging blindly would only repeat old mistakes. She has learned in her long, lonely madness a cruel patience. Let her speak, she says softly. To Mara and the other workers, it looks like the pale woman is talking to the air. Who are you? Severina asks over open vox. Voice steady, broadcast through the nearest gunship's external voxcasters. The sound booms across the gantries, reverberating off steel. Abeloth tilts her head, curious. Vibration in air, crude but charming. She shapes her new throat around the sound. I am Abeloth, she says. The name rolls out across the hive. People flinch. Names have power. Unknown names even more so. Severina files it away. Designation noted, she says. Entity Abeloth, you stand within the sight of the Emperor of Mankind and under the jurisdiction of the Holy Inquisition. You will submit to quarantine and theological assessment. On the gantry, Mara's breath catches. Abeloth smiles. Do all who speak with you submit? She asks, not mocking, simply intrigued. Those who do not are enemies, Severina says. Enemy, Abeloth repeats, tasting the word. I did not come to be your enemy. What did you come to be? Severina asks. Abeloth spreads her hands. Behind her, the sky wound shimmers, shedding more ash glass. The currents of the warp beat at her back. I came, she says, because you cry so loudly. Her voice does not raise. Yet somehow, everyone on the gantry hears it. In the chapel below, Confessor Halix hears it and clutches his Aquila. In the astropathic sanctum, the surviving psychers hear it and weep blood. I hear 10,000 worlds. Abeloth continues. 10 million hives like this, all filled with fear and pain and love pressed flat. You are suffocating in your own hearts. I came to open them, to make you one, to make you whole. Silence follows. Then Dalus mutters, hot on the gunship's interior vogs. That's heresy in at least 3 different ways. Severina does not correct him. Your words are blasphemy, she says aloud. But I do not think you understand that yet. You will stand down. You will allow our forces to approach. If you resist, you will be fired upon. Abeloth looks at the battered humans around her. Mara is watching her with worship already blooming behind her eyes, the way a plant turns toward light. Others gaze in terror or suspicion. Some, the psychers, tremble. They are so small. I will not be caged again, Abeloth says quietly. Severina's jaw tightens. Then you leave us no choice. She does not give the order to fire yet. She is not a fool, but she signals ground forces to advance, to form a perimeter, to prepare containment sigils and null fields. She requests, through coded channels, the presence of a nearby Astartes detachment that had been en route to a different war zone. If this thing can twist macro lasers, she will not rely on gunships alone. On the gunship, Dalus grins wolfishly as the green light flicks across his helmet display. Emperor have mercy, he murmurs. We're doing this. In the lower hive, far from the clean, cold drama of upper gantries and command decks, the news of a sky wound spreads like mold through rumors. Some say a demon the size of a mountain has come. Others swear they saw an angel. Gangs whisper of opportunity amid confusion. Preachers scream judgment in cramped shrine alleys. The air tastes of ozone and fear. In a forgotten maintenance tunnel, a different kind of watcher listens. The robed figures here bear no official sigils. Their robes are the color of dried blood. 8 pointed stars and twisting runes are hidden on amulets beneath the cloth. A small hollow projector cobbled from stolen parts flickers, showing a grainy replay of the pale woman deflecting the macro lasers. That is no Imperial Psyker, says one, voice a wet hiss. No, says another, fingers tapping a pattern that is both nervous tick and summoning gesture. She chews light and spits out screams. She is beautiful. They are cultists of the dark gods, cells of the word-bearer's long-planted infection. They had expected, this year, perhaps a minor demon incursion, a chance to spill some blood and call it faith. They did not expect this. Far, far away, beyond the veil, their masters noticed too. In the realm of chaos, where thought and matter are one, a new shape has dropped into the ocean. The 4 great powers taste Abeloth's essence as it hits the warp. Khorne snarls at the odd flavor, sorrow and obsession and control, not simple battle joy. Tzeentch hums, seeing in her tangled nature 1,000 possible games. Nurgle chuckles, welcoming another rot into his garden. Slaanesh sighs in delighted horror at the intensity of her loneliness. She is not one of them. She is not a demon prince, not a shard of their being. She is an intruder god smaller than they, but still vast, and she dares to tug at souls they consider theirs. Interest is piqued. On a warship coasting through the warp not too far from Varelia, a champion of chaos feels his patron's attention turn. The despoilers' fleets are far away, but lesser warlords prowl the edges of the Imperium, raiding and corrupting. One such, a Black Legion sorcerer named Vorzan the Unbound, stands in his shrine chamber as the air ripples. He is tall even in Terminator plate, his armor black and trimmed with tainted gold, his helm crowned with horns. Warp fire gutters in braziers around him, feeding the runes inscribed into the deck. Something presses on his mind. He sees a vision of a pale woman in a broken sky, hands outstretched, ripping the path of a macro laser into a dying arc. Vorzan smiles behind his fanged grill. A new player, he murmurs, dropped into the great game without patronage. His eyes, twin points of blue witchlight, flare. How vulnerable. He feels Tzeentch's feather-light amusement rush his thoughts. Go, whispers the changer of ways without words. Leash her if you can. Learn her if you cannot. Vorzan bows to empty air. To drag a new god beast into Chaos's kennel would be a feat worthy of legend, worthy of more favor, worthy of more power. He turns, cloak swirling, and Vox cast to his warship's bridge. Alter course, he commands. We make for Varelia. Ready the warband. The Black Legion hunts. On Varelia, that larger storm is still unknown. For now, the drama is local. Gunships hold at a wary distance from Abeloth's position, engines growling. A cordon of ground troops forms beneath, laser guns and heavy bolters trained upward. Adeptus Arbit's judges in black armor take positions at choke points. Servo skulls buzz about like nervous flies, capturing picked feeds for the governor and inquisitor. Abeloth descends a little, her feet almost touching the metal now. The air around her warps gently, like heat haze. Mara stands at her side. She does not remember deciding to do that. One moment she was among her fellows. The next, she is a step ahead, slightly apart, closer to the pale woman than anyone else. The others let her. No one wants that place. You should not stand there, hisses a man behind her. She'll be shot first when they fire. If they fire, Mara says. She feels calm. It is not natural. Her hands should be shaking. Her knees should be weak. She should be on her face, reciting every prayer she ever learned. Instead, her mind is quiet. Abeloth's presence fills it like warm water fills a cupped hand. They are afraid, Abeloth says softly, eyes on the circling gunships. They fear what they do not own. That at least is familiar. You could leave, Mara says before she can stop herself, shocking herself with the presumption of giving advice to whatever this is. You could go somewhere else. Abeloth looks down at her and for a moment really sees her. A single human, calloused hands, spine bent from work, dreams she has never named. Abeloth remembers being human-shaped on a distant lake, pouring water for beings who thought themselves gods. She remembers wanting to keep them safe, to hold their children, to see their smiles. She remembers their fear when she drank from the pool and became more than they could accept. Leaving did not help then. No, she says gently. Running only delays chains. She reaches out and brushes Mara's temple with 2 fingers. A spark leaps. Mara gasps. Knowledge. Not images, not words, but shapes of understanding floods through her. She sees a vast prison of black holes and few suns, the moor where Abeloth had been bound. She sees Jedi she cannot name. She sees starships not of the Imperium. She sees Abeloth, smaller, more ragged, before she learned this strange new patience. Then it is gone. Mara staggers. Abeloth steadies her. A watcher in the crowd, a junior Hexdarketa clerk with forbidden mathematical talent, sees the touch and feels equations rearrange behind his eyes. He will, years later, become the seed of a new cult that blends Abeloth's worship with prescribed number litanies. But for now, he only falls to his knees and whispers, "Mother." On the orbiting cruiser, the psyker Loris Venn flinches. She is sharing something, he says. Passing memories, concepts. I cannot see clearly through the wards, my lady. But she is awakening them. Awakening them to what? Severina asks. To her, he says. That more than any deflected macro laser chills the Inquisitor. A gunship lowers. Not too close. Its pilot keeps a respectful distance above the warp-distorted air. Its side hatch opens with a hydraulic hiss. A boarding ramp extends, stopping a few meters above the gantry. An armored figure steps out. The man is wrapped in power armor bearing the sigil of the Inquisition, a stylized eye with a skull. His armor is simple compared to an Astartes, but still imposing. At his waist hangs a chainsword. At his belt, a rosarius, and several purity seals flutter in the ash-dilled air. He speaks through external vox. I am Interrogator Malchai, sworn to Inquisitor Severina Cult, he calls down. By order of the Holy Ordos, I am authorized to parley and, if necessary, deliver the Emperor's judgment. Entity Abeloth, will you consent to discourse under truce? His words are accompanied by a visible Auspex scan, a cone of light sweeping from a servo skull, checking for hostile fields. Abeloth looks at him, then at Mara. Do you trust them? She asks the human. Mara almost laughs. She thinks of tax levies and food rations, of Arbite's crackdowns and Hab riots, of sermons that promise paradise if she dies correctly. Trust is not the word she would ever use, but they are her people, her world. I fear them, she says. Abeloth nods, impressed by the honesty. So do I, she says. Very well, we will speak. She lifts into the air with effortless grace and drifts up to stand, unsupported, level with the ramp. She stops just beyond the line where Malchai's Auspex cone touches. The field flickers, readout spiking. Hold, he tells the nervous gunner behind him. Abeloth smiles. Up close, Malchai sees the doubts. There is the woman shape, the calm grace, the eyes that seem too deep. But when she moves, the air around her pops and shivers. Micro-fractures appear in the ramp's adamantium where her shadow falls. His armor's machine spirit whimpers in binary through his ear implant. You are far from any known human pattern, he says. I am far from many things, she agrees. Why should we not classify you as a demon, he asks. Abeloth considers. In your lexicon, she says at last, a demon is a thought given teeth by your warp, a shard of one of your old gods. Is that right? Malchai glances at his internal briefing slate. That is an acceptable shorthand, he admits cautiously. Then I am not that, Abeloth says. I am not a piece of your four tyrants. Her gaze lifts briefly, as if looking beyond the sky. They are noisy, crude, children playing with knives. Ven winces at the psycho feedback. Blasphemy on multiple axes, he murmurs. Blasphemy is still heresy even if it insults the dark gods, Severina replies. Continue recording. I am something else, Abeloth goes on. From a different sea. But I know this. Your people drown. You call it loyalty, duty, faith. Yet you are so alone inside. Her eyes fix on Malchai. I can end that. How? He asks, though the answer terrifies him. By knitting you together, she says simply. By pouring you into each other. By making your fears shared, your joys shared. No more distance, no more loneliness. Only one great heart. Malchai's augmetic eyelid twitches. That is not unity, he says. That is violation. Abeloth's smile fades a fraction. I am offering to hold you, she says. We already have a father, he says. She hears the capital letter in the word. The Emperor. Yes, she says thoughtfully. I felt him tug. He keeps you too, in his way. Her lips curl, almost tender, almost pitying. But he is so far, she says. So cold. A dead sun on a throne. I will be closer. Your proximity is the problem, Malkai says. Abeloth's eyes narrow. You would rather die alone. If that is the Emperor's will, he says. For 10,000 years, Severina says quietly. On the bridge, we have told them that, and now something offers them the opposite. An opposite that smells of damnation, Ven says. Severina nods. Still, she hears the echo in Halix's sermon hollow voice, in Mara's awed whisper. The hunger for connection is a fertile soil for heresy. She must act before it is seeded too deeply. Interrogator, she voxes to Malkai. Regardless of her claims, the entity is a threat. Secure it if possible. If not, understood, my lady, he says. He turns back to Abeloth. Entity Abeloth, he says formally. In the name of the Emperor of Mankind, you are ordered to submit to binding and transport for further judgment. If you comply, we will not fire upon you. If you resist, you will be treated as hostile. Abeloth looks past him, through the gunship hull, through the little lines of power coursing through copper and plasteel. She sees the kill orders waiting in his muscles, the fear under his discipline. Binding, she repeats softly. Chains. Hands on her shoulders, pushing her down into black water full of knowledge she was never meant to drink. The faces of beings she loved twisting in horror as she rose. No, she says. The word is small. The effect is not. The air between her and the gunship ripples. The ram's edge twists like soft metal bent by giant hands. Malkai stumbles as gravity momentarily forgets which way is down. The gunship's machine spirit keens. Open fire, someone screams. Bolter shells streak. Abeloth moves. She can feel the warp trying to shape her actions, to slot her into its patterns. Anger, slaughter, excess, decay. She steps sideways into a narrower channel, the path of control. Her hand flares, fingers elongating into tendrils of grey-white light. One tendril lashes out, wraps around the leading bolter shell and squeezes. The shell crumples. Its explosion is a tiny pop of controlled fire inside her grasp. Another tendril brushes the gunship's underside. She does not tear it apart. Instead, she reaches into its machine spirit, a small, frightened shard of logic that barely knows it lives, and whispers calm. The ship's engines throttle back against the pilot's panicked commands. Gyrostabilizers correct wild spin. The craft shudders, but holds. On the bridge, Hestek's voice spikes. External control signal detected. Unknown pattern. The gunship is resisting its pilot. Abeloth splits her attention. She cannot grab every bullet, every beam, every mind. Not yet. She lets some fire pass, trusting her instincts. Two last bursts strike her chest. From the ground, they seem to hit flesh and disappear. In truth, they burn little tunnels through the layered fields she has wrapped around her essence, punching micro holes that let warp bleed in. It stings, itches. Little maggots of this universe's sea wriggle inside her. She hisses. On the gantry, Mara hears the hiss as pain. Stop, she cries, turning on her own people. She's not. A strong hand grabs her arm. Confessor Halix has pushed his way up through the cordon somehow. Aquila held high, face pale but resolute. Child, he says sharply, do not speak for whatever that is. She saved us, Mara says, wrenching against his grip. She stopped the beams and killed others, he says. Miracles without sanction are not miracles. They are temptations. Abeloth hears them. Her eyes flick to the Aquila. She sees, through that simple icon, a distant throne of burning light, not clearly, as if through many veils, but enough. You worship the one who pulled against me, she says. Halleck swallows. We worship the Emperor, he says, who died for us and sits immortal in golden sacrifice. Whatever you are not him. Perhaps not, Abeloth says, but I do not ask you to die for me. Yet, he says. Their tiny debate hangs in the air as gunfire continues to crack. Abeloth sighs. Enough, she says. She drops, not onto the gantry, but through it. Metal screams as reality warps. Her body becomes smoke for a heartbeat, threads of pale fog slipping between molecules, then solidifies beneath the platform, anchored now to the hive superstructure. Tendrils of thought and mass snake out into support beams and reactor housings. The hive shudders. Every light flickers. In the central cogitator core, logic engines seize as new variables pour into them. Directives that are not from any recognized authority, but carry the weight of command nonetheless. In water recycling plants and ammunition factories, machine spirits croon as a new presence strokes them. Abeloth does not seize full control. She touches enough. She shows them how easily she could. I do not want to break your toys, she says, voice echoing through Vox systems now, even ones not connected to any network. I want to use them with you. Severina feels her ship's engine stutter. The Saint of Scars is heavily warded, its machine spirits bound with chainsarms and hexagrammatic plates. Abeloth's touch finds few cracks. Still, enough to send a shiver through coolant systems to make the gunnery deck's targeting solutions blink out for a second. Status, Severina snaps. Momentary interference in subsystems, Hestek says, more rattled than he likes to show. External signal, origin unknown, now suppressed. Our wards held, but, my lady, that should not have been possible at all. She is in the hive, Ben says, voice faint. Not physically, like a mold. Abeloth loves mold. Slow, patient, filling every crevice, eating all at last. She pulls herself back to the gantry. Her form rises through the metal as if through water. The war fire continues to crackle around her, but she has made her point. The gunships hold fire, pilots shaken by the way their gauges danced. Please, she says, looking at the humans, at Severina through picked feeds, at the distant golden throne she only partially sees. Stop trying to hurt me. I will not break you unless you force me. Silence falls. Then Holt's voice cuts in on a secure line to the Saint of Scars. Inquisitor, he says, sounding more strained than before. With due respect, that thing just took hold of my hive systems and almost knocked your ship offline. If it wanted to, it could crash our reactors or drop Electo into the planetary crust. I must insist on immediate escalation. This is beyond a simple containment scenario. Severina knows he is right. She also knows that firing on something that just shrugged off macro lasers and toyed with machine spirits might do nothing but provoke. We escalate smartly, she says. Request sanction to deploy Astartes assets. Signal the Angels Penitent. They are within 3 days warp of this sector. She hesitates, then adds for the first time a note of appeal. And pray, she says. Have every shrine on Virelia begin litanies against witchcraft. We will need all the faith we can gather. Down in the hive, Confessor Hallex hears the order. He lifts his Aquila higher, voice cracking as he leads the crowded chapel in a roar of prayer. Even as he prays, though, He feels the pale woman's gaze in the back of his mind, gentle, amused. "You pray to be seen," she whispers. "I see you." Helix prays louder. Above them all, the warp wound in the sky pulses. It is not stable. Abeloth's passage tore reality, and the warp pushes at the torn edges, eager, curious. Little threads of unreality drip down, forming minor demons that blink into existence on the world's rim and are hunted by patrols. The air tastes sour as corruption seeps. Abeloth looks up at her old bridge's scar. She realizes, with a slow, dawning understanding, that every time she exerts herself, every time she bends light, touches machines, presses on souls, the wound widens a fraction. The cost of crossing between oceans is ongoing, not paid once. The longer she stays and plays, the more this world will rot. She could leave. She does not know how yet, but she could find a way. The warp sings with roots, none like the neat hyperlaners she once knew, but paths all the same. She looks at Mara, at Helix, at the gunships, at the fearful governor, at the Inquisitor in orbit, who holds her fire but sharpens her will. She looks beyond, feeling the breadth of the Imperium, the screams of countless worlds. She smiles. "I will fix you before you break," Abeloth murmurs. That is when the first real escalation comes, not from the Imperium, from the warp. It begins as a whisper in the ears of the cultist down in the lower hive. Their stolen hollow projector glitches. For a moment the image of Abeloth freezes. A second image overlays it, the 8-pointed star of chaos burning blue. In their small, foul-smelling chamber, the air thickens. A voice like rustling pages and flapping wings fills their minds. "Little servants," Tzeentch's presence says, thrilled. "You have a guest in your master's garden." They fall prostrate. "Great one," they babble. "Guide us. What would you have us do?" "Invite her," the changer says. Bright blue fire kindles in their ritual bowl. Blood marks on the floor squirm, rearranging themselves into a new sigil, a spiral with hooked arms, a web meant to catch a new kind of fly. On Vorzen's ship, alarms chime as warp currents surge in the direction of Virelia. He feels the god's excitement. "It seems I will not be alone in my hunt," he chuckles. He begins to chant. Back on the hive, Mara shivers. The air around Abeloth tastes different. Not just the usual warp tang of this universe. Another flavor, sharper, more intricate, like the taste of a complicated lie. She turns her head slightly, as if listening to a distant song. "Someone calls," she says. "Who?" Severina demands over Vox. "A creature of your four," Abeloth says. "The twisting one. He thinks he can use me." Her laugh is brief and very, very cold. Severina's eyes narrow. If the Ruinous Powers are making moves, this escalates beyond a single anomaly, she says. "We will need more than prayer and last fire." Lord Governor Holt swallows. "More?" he asks. "What more is there?" "War," she says simply. Night falls over Virelia, but the sky does not darken. The warp wound glows brighter, like a second ugly moon. Its light is not steady. It pulses with a slow heartbeat that does not match the planet's spin or the hive's rhythms. Every pulse sends a subtle shock through the planet's noosphere, making cogitators stutter and psychers twitch. Troops remain on alert positions through the long hours. In barracks and bunkers, soldiers sit on their bunks polishing weapons, muttering prayers. In shrine halls, candles burn low as litanies continue. Administratum clerks work triple shifts, writing casualty forecasts. In the governor's private chamber, Cassian Holt stares out at the wound and wonders if the tithe quotas he has argued over for 30 years will matter at all in a week. On the Saint of Scars, Severina Colt does not sleep. She pores over old codices and restricted archives, looking for anything even remotely like Abeloth. She finds records of enslavers, of warp-heavy xenos that dominate minds. She finds tales of small gods rising in the wake of massacres. She finds nothing that matches this exactly. We may have encountered a nascent god, she says aloud. Ven swallows. We already had 4 too many, he says. In the chapel, Halix continues to lead prayers until his voice is a ragged whisper. At some point, Mara slips away from the Habro, where they have temporarily housed the upper gantry survivors, and makes her way back to the place where Abeloth first stood. She finds the pale woman there, seated on a bent girder like a child on a swing. You came back, Mara says. I did not leave, Abeloth says. I spread. It is true. She has seeped into data lines and devotionals, into the edges of countless dreams. Not by force, not fully. She respects the strength of this universe's competing currents. But she is there now. A pressure behind thoughts. Is that bad? Mara asks, surprising herself with the question. Abeloth considers. For whom? She asks. For us, Mara says. Abeloth looks out over the hive. Lights wink in the towers. Tiny ants of people move along their routines despite the sky. You live in cages built of fear, she says. Everywhere I look, I see hearts pressed into duty-shaped molds. You endure it because you are told it is holy. Is that good for you? Mara thinks of her father, dead of exhaustion at 40, of her mother, disappeared after speaking against a tithe schedule, of her sister, conscripted to the guard. No, she says softly. Then change is not bad, Abeloth says. Mara glances at the Aquila hanging from a support strut nearby, flapping slightly as air systems cycle. But they say the Emperor protects, she says. Abeloth reaches out, touches the little symbol. For a moment, the metal warms. She peers again into the golden river behind it, into the throne she can only half see. She feels a mind there, crippled and vast, pinned. He protects you as a spider protects flies caught in its web, she says. From other spiders perhaps, but never from the web. Mara winces. That is heresy, she whispers. Is it false? Abeloth asks. Mara has no answer. She only knows that standing here, under the second sky, speaking to this impossible creature, she feels seen in a way she never has. It is wonderful. It is terrifying. She thinks of Halix's words, temptation, and realizes that even knowing the danger does not make the pull weaker. Why do you care? She blurts. You're not human. Why should our loneliness matter to you? Abeloth's expression shifts. For a moment the inhuman slips and something raw shows through. Because I have drowned in it, she says. Her voice is quieter than Mara has ever heard it. I have sat in cages while stars burned out, feeling nothing but the echo of hearts I could no longer touch, Abeloth says. I have watched ages of life grow and die without ever seeing me. When I reached for them, they recoiled. Their fear tasted like knives. If I had had someone to hold me then. She trails off. Mara's throat tightens. She sees, impossible as it is, the outline of a being who is not just a monster or a god, but something like a person. Bent by eons, twisted by power, but still capable of that ache. I will not let you be like me, Abeloth says. Mara wants to believe her. She also hears in the back of her mind the distant booming cadence of Halix's sermons and the sharper, colder voice of the Inquisition. If you save your life, you will lose it. If you trust the witch, you will burn. Above them, the warp wound throbs in time with a distant, approaching storm. Vorzan's ship is closer now. In the warp, its presence is a black knife surrounded by flares of demonic attendants. He is singing as he comes, chanting spells that will warp space around Virelia, making it easier for his warband to slip into orbit unseen until it is much too late. Ayes. The Imperium watches the skies, but their attention is fixed on the obvious anomaly. Only the astropaths, twitching in their couches, feel the second pressure. Another comes, croaks the eldest, eyes rolling white, with chains and hooks. The arrival of a larger, coordinated enemy is no longer a future threat. It is a vector, closing fast. By the time the Saint of Scars completes its third orbit after Abeloth's arrival, the second wound opens. It is smaller than hers at first, a tight, jagged slit in the void beyond Virelia's orbital plane, invisible to the naked eye but screaming on warp sensors. Where Abeloth's breach was pale and hot, this one is bruised dark, edged in stabbing blue. Auspec's screens flower with spikes. Translate signature, Inquisitor Severina called orders. Her bridge crew works fast, fingers blurring over brass cogitator keys. The result comes in as a rune that makes several junior officers flinch. Black Legion, Hestek says. Warp tear consistent with a capital class warship of traitor design. Approximate tonnage. Apocalypse class. His mechadendrites twitch. They come hunting. Severina's jaw tightens. The damned always smell weakness, she says. On his own bridge, Vorzan the Unbound emerges from the translation fog laughing. His warship, the gaze of wild truths, vomits warp smoke from its flanks as it slides into real space. Its hull is a mass of scars and new-grown metal, patched over centuries with stolen armor. 8 pointed stars burn along its spine. Gun decks yawn open, cannon mouths glowing. Virelia, he says, tasting the word. So small, yet such a prize waits below. Around him, his lieutenants, champions in baroque armor, half-demon thralls, bound sorcerers. Bow. What is your will, master? One rasps. We cast the net, Vurzazan says. We cut out the Imperium's eyes, break its teeth, then we leash the stranger that fell from another sky. Tzeentch wants her. I want the reward. All else is ash. On Virelia, the warp wound above Hive Electo pulses harder as the Black Legion's presence presses on the same piece of warp Abeloth occupies. She feels it before any augur can. Even seated on the bent girder, looking like a woman having a quiet midnight talk with a worker, she stiffens. Her eyes unfocus, gazing not outward but inward, into the turbulent sea layered behind this universe's matter. Something comes, she murmurs. Mara, sitting cross-legged on the metal a few meters away, looks up sharply. More like you, she asks. Less, Abeloth says. And worse. She rises, drifting upward until she can see across the hive spires, their lights dimmed by the glow of the first wound. Above that, the new tear spits lightning. From orbit, Severina watches both wounds dance on her hololith. Confirm enemy identification, she says. Gaze of wild truths, formerly the Imperial warship Resolute Oath, Hestek replies. Captured during the Gothic War, command is believed to be in the hands of Sorcerer Lord Vorzan the Unbound, Black Legion. Probability, 82.67%. Of course it is, Severina says. She has a file on Vorzan. Everyone in the Ordo Malleus senior enough to be allowed to see such things does. He is a known hunter of anomalies, a collector of cursed artifacts and rogue demons, a specialist in turning strange things into weapons for Abaddon's long wars. He is, in short, exactly the kind of predator who would come for Abeloth. "Signal the Saint's guns," she orders. "We will not let him dictate the first blow." Virilia's void shield envelope flares on auto sequence as the Chaos ship settles into attack range. Macro batteries along the hive clusters pivot upwards. Defense monitors blink with tracking runes. In the command spire, Lord Governor Holt stares at the tactical displays with a numb, animal dread. "2 anomalous warp openings in one day," he mutters. "We are a backwater Agri appendage, not Cadia. Why?" "Because the warp storms do not care for your timetables," says Magos Logos Ferial. "And perhaps because the first anomaly attracted the second." Ferial's gaze flickers to Abeloth's last known location. Holt rubs a hand over his face. "She saves us from our own gun batteries and draws a Black Legion warship," he says. "I'm not sure that balances." "It is not a ledger," Ferial says. Holt gives a bleak little smile. "In my experience, Margos, everything in the Imperium becomes a ledger eventually," he says. A warning rune flares. "Enemy lances charging," an officer yelps. "Brace for impact," Holt snaps, clutching the rail as though his grip can help. Vorzan does not waste words. He has his gunners fire a probing volley first. 2 lance beams, 4 torpedoes, a scatter of macro shells, aimed not at the Saint of Scars, but at a gap between the cruiser and the planet's shields. He is not testing Imperial armor. He is testing Abeloth. "Speak to me, little intruder," he murmurs, watching the feeds. The lance beams scream in, visible as straight lines of stellar fire, even in void. The torpedoes are black shadows against the stars. Macro shells tumble, spitting plasma ash. The Saint of Scars gunners respond, of course. They are not incompetent. Counterfire lashes out. Torpedoes flash in mid-void. Shells burst. 1 lance beam is bent by a hastily raised void flare. The other is not. It lances through the upper atmosphere like a needle. On the surface, Abeloth looks up. The beam is aimed at nothing important. Vorzan's gunners picked a patch of wasteland near Hive Electo, but the energy content is enough to slag a fortress. Abeloth could let it fall. No one would blame her for refusing to play by Imperial rules. She does not hesitate. She reaches up with both hands. Last time, she bent macro lasers and drank the excess. This time, the scale is different. Lance beams are tighter, more focused, built to pierce void shields and ship armor. It is not a gentle thing. In the warp layer, she braces. Her consciousness spreads up along the beam's path, wrapping it in a sheath of her will. She does not try to stop it. She tries to curve it, to turn it back. The contact is like putting her hands into a waterfall of molten lead. She screams. Mara hears it. Every psyker on Varelia hears it. Even some who are not psykers taste the edge of that pain in their teeth. In orbit, Severina's augmetic eye records a brief, shimmering distortion around the lance as it hits the upper atmosphere. For a single frame, the beam bends. Not much, just enough. It streaks away from the wasteland, arcs upward, and knifes past the Saint of Scars' prow by a hair's breadth, crashing into the void shield envelope where it flares and dies. On the gaze of Wild Truths, Vorzan's eyes narrow. "Oh," he says. "On the Saint's bridge, Hestek's mechadendrite spasm. That should not be possible," he says. His Vox grill crackles. External warp field interaction with the Lance carrier wave. It was redirected from below. By her, Severina says. She watches the energy readouts. Abeloth did not fully succeed. The beam still brushed the shield envelope. The impact made the entire defense grid flare, but it could have gutted a chunk of hive. It did not. Governor Holt, she says over secure Vox. Your anomaly just defended your planet from a Black Legion lance. You will, for the moment, treat it as an asset. Holt has to swallow his reflexive protest. She is still a threat, he says. So is the Black Legion, Severina says. Choose the threat that is currently throwing itself between you and a lance beam. He has no good reply. On the gantry, Abeloth drops to her knees. Her hands smoke faintly, though the smoke is not physical. It rises through both her and the air, like heat off desert stone. The flesh of her fingers is wrong for a moment, too long, bone showing through translucent skin. Mara stumbles toward her. Are you hurt? She gasps. Abeloth laughs raggedly. I remember, she says. Remember what? Mara asks. Hurting, Abeloth says. She looks up at the sky. The wound there has widened. Its edges fray, filaments of unreality whipping out with each pulse. Tiny, half-formed demons tumble from it, blinking in confusion as they hit the thick atmosphere before being torn apart by sheer friction. Abeloth feels each one like a toothache in the back of her mind. Every time I push, she says, this world tears a little more. Your golden spider pulls on one side. The 4 mad children pull on the other. And she flexes her fingers. I am the blade between. What happens if it tears all the way? Mara asks. Abeloth's smile is thin. You call it a war already, she says. If it tears all the way, you will learn a new meaning for that word. The first chaos strike on Varelia does not come as a full-scale bombardment. Vorzan is too clever for that. He knows Abeloth's attention is currently on the big, bright attacks. So he sends his real probes through subtler channels. In the lower hive, the cultists finish their ritual. The sigil of blue flame on their floor completes its last arc. Blood in the bowl boils. The air shimmers. For an instant, the cramped chamber is not in Hive Electo at all, but in a vast, echoing space full of books made of screaming faces. Then it snaps back. Something stays. It is not a demon in the usual shape. No horns, no claws. It is a concept given just enough skin to stand. A figure like a robed man with no features under his hood, carrying a staff made of tangled, shifting symbols. Its presence hurts to look at. The cultists cry out, some in ecstasy, some in pain. Welcome, Herald, their leader gasps, prostrating himself. We have called you as our master commanded. The Herald of Tzeentch inclines its hood. Your service is noted, it says in a voice like pages tearing. You will now go and die in the places I show you. They do not hesitate. Chaos cults are terrible, but they are not cowards when their god whispers. The herald raises its staff. Symbols spill from it, glowing sigils that hang in the air. Each is a little knot of meaning, a mimetic bomb tuned to Abeloth's nature by Tzeentch's interest. They drift outward, sinking through walls carried by vox hum, by prayer chant, by graffiti scratched in haste. Where they go, quiet follows. Not the total sound-eating that Abeloth's ash glass made. A different kind of quiet. A deadening. In a habro, a mother reaches for her child's hand and feels nothing. The touch is there, the warmth, but the emotional resonance does not come. Her love hits a blank space and scatters. For a moment she thinks something is wrong with her. Then she screams. In a barracks, 2 soldiers sitting back to back, sharing a cigarette, suddenly realize They cannot sense each other's presence at all. Not psychically. They are not psychers, just socially. The subtle comfort of another living human nearby vanishes. Each feels as alone as if in a vacuum. They leap up, grabbing at each other, shouting. The feeling does not change. Abeloth staggers. She feels those dead spots open like black ulcers in the web of emotion she has begun to spin around Virelia. Spots where she cannot feel hearts beating, cannot hear thoughts whispering. They are not shielded like Severina's mind, warded by conscious art. They are simply not there to her. She is, for the first time in this new universe, blind in patches. She hates it. Who dares? She snarls, looking inward, following the pattern of the voids. The answer is laughter. Not Khorne's roar, not Nurgle's belly chuckle, not Slanesh's sigh. This is the thin, layered laughter of Tzeentch, the changing god echoed through his herald. Little echo, the god thinks at her. You are woven from longing and connection. So I cut connection. I let you feel what you fear most. Isolation. See how you fight then. Abeloth bares her teeth. You think you know my fear, she whispers. Her voice makes the metal under her feet ripple. Mara hears nothing of the exchange, but she sees Abeloth's face twist, sees a flicker of genuine panic under the anger. What is it? Mara asks. An insult, Abeloth says, and an injury. She reaches again. This time, not for beams or machines, but for minds. She has been careful so far, stretching herself gently across the hive, tasting without taking, whispering without forcing. Now she grasps. She needs more anchors. She needs more hearts. She pours herself into the gaps. In the barracks, the two soldiers suddenly feel not just each other, but dozens more. A rush of warmth, fear, courage, memories. Their own selves are one thread in a tapestry. The torn-out piece where the herald sigil bit into their connection stitches over. They gasp, dropping to their knees, laughing and sobbing at once. Do you feel that? One chokes. We. Together, the other says. We're all together. In the Habro, the mother feels her child again, but also every other child in the block, every other parent. The flood hits her like a wave. She clutches her daughter, both of them crying. In each case, Abeloth has to push harder than she expected. The herald's dead spots resist. They are absence, not presence, and absence is stubborn. She can feel them, but only by forcing her awareness down like a plug hammered into a hole. The strain is worse than the lance beam. The warp shifts around her, Tzeentch's currents twisting against her pressure. The sky wound pulses, widening another hair. Mara cries out as the air goes thin for a heartbeat. Stop, she gasps. You're hurting yourself. And they are hurting you, Abeloth says. She can taste Mara's confusion now, the way the mimetic dead zones brush close to her, the way the edges of her connections fray. I will not let them cut you away from me, Abeloth says. Her voice has the intensity of a promise made long ago, to beings who did not want it. Mara's heart lurches. That's not your choice, she whispers. Abeloth hears her. She almost stops. Almost. Then another deep patch of absence opens. This one in the astropathic sanctum. The herald has targeted the psychers too, knowing that any blindness there will hurt twice. Once to Abeloth, once to Imperial communication. Abeloth dives. In the sanctum, the eldest astropath's breath stops. He feels a hand slam into his mind. Not the Emperor's cold, distant light, but something warm and heavy. It fills him. dragging his consciousness up through corridors of other thoughts. For a dizzy, impossible moment, he is not just himself, but an entire choir. Every astropath on Virelia, linked, held. Through them, Abeloth sees stars. She sees the warp from a native angle at last. Not the clean flows of her old galaxy, but the roiling madness of this one, shot through with the Emperor's Astronomicon beam like a spear of blinding gold. She sees, for a heartbeat, how delicate the Imperium's communication lattice is, how easily it could be twisted. The temptation is strong. She could reach along those lines, pour herself into 1,000 worlds. She pulls back. Not yet. Not while she is still learning the shape of this ocean. The eldest astropath collapses back onto his couch, chest heaving, blind eyes streaming tears. Inquisitor, he croaks into the sanctum vox. The entity. It touched us. It held us. We saw the Astronomicon through it. On the Saint of Scars, Severina hears the report. Her knuckles go white on the rail. Ven, she says. He's already pale. If she can hitch herself to our astropathic lines, he says slowly, she could ride our messages, spread herself across sectors in hours. We would not know until she is everywhere. And now the Black Legion is here to either shackle her or kill us all trying, Severina says. War Council, she thinks. We cannot keep reacting. They meet in the Governor's Strategium because there is no more neutral ground. Severina appears via a hollow projector, a 10-centimeter tall figure of crackling blue. Holt and Feriol stand in person. Confessor Halix leans on his staff, eyes shadowed from too much prayer and not enough sleep. Interrogator Malchai is present in armor, a bandage at his temple, where one of Abeloth's gravity distortions clipped him. 2 officers of the Planetary Defense Force are there, faces drawn, uniforms singed. The air is acrid with incense and machine oil. On one wall, a pick slate shows the gaze of Wild Truths trading fire with the Saint of Scars and Virilia's orbital platforms. On another, grainy auspects are the mimetic dead zones spreading like bruises through parts of Hive Electo. On a third, a still image of Abeloth, arms raised under the lance beam. Situation, Severina says without preamble. Hestek's symbol for his remote presence flashes in the corner of one slate. Enemy Chaos Capital ship in system, Holt says, voice hoarse. Trajectory indicates intention to engage both your cruiser and our defense grid. No sign of troop landers yet, but our Auspex is degraded by the warp anomalies. In the Hive, multiple reports of emotional deadening, people claiming they cannot feel each other, and the entity Abeloth has intervened twice to protect the Hive, once from our own guns, once from the Black Legion lance. She has also invaded our astropathic choir, Severina says. We must not frame her actions only as aid. They are intrusion. Without her, that lance would have gutted a Prometheum refinery, one of the PDF officers says. His name tag reads Colonel Virik. The blast radius would have taken 3 hab stacks, 6,000 souls at least. He gestures at the slate. With her, we remain at full capacity. That matters. Halleck snorts softly. So do the souls now calling her mother under their breath, he says. I hear it in the chapels. They are frightened and grateful. Gratitude is fertile soil for idolatry. They are frightened and grateful because our systems failed them, Holt snaps. We nearly killed them with our own batteries. If the choice is dying orthodox or living blasphemous, most will choose to live. Halix's gaze is steady. And if that life leads their souls to damnation, he asks, our duty is not only to keep their flesh breathing, Governor, Tell that to the 6,000 we almost flash-fried, Holt says. Enough, Severina says. Her voice cuts through the room. We do not have the luxury of abstract judgment, she says. The Black Legion is here. They will attempt to capture Abeloth. If they do, they will weaponize her against the Imperium. I do not know what that looks like, but I know it is unacceptable. Therefore, our priorities are as follows. 1. Prevent planetary annihilation. 2. Prevent Abeloth's capture. 3. Prevent Abeloth's uncontrolled spread. Everything else is secondary. Holt nods slowly. So we treat her as what? An asset? He asks. A weapon, Malkai says. One we do not fully control. Hallex grimaces. You would ally with a witch? He asks. We have allied with stranger things in desperate hours, Severina says. I have fought beside a Calexus assassin, whose very existence is abomination. The difference here is that our witch offers her aid, and our enemies covet her. That makes her a bargaining chip and a liability. Can she be bargained with? Ferial asks. She speaks, Malkai says. She responds. She appears to possess coherent motives. She claims to wish to ease human loneliness by knitting us together. His lip curls. She does not understand, or refuses to understand, that forced unity is violation. From her perspective, Ven says quietly, we might be the ones violating ourselves. Think, an entire species told from birth to endure isolation, fear, and pain without complaint, trusting a remote, half-understood God to justify it all. To her, that might be cruelty. Our refusal of her gift could look like self-harm. Hallex turns on him. You sympathize? He demands. I explain, Ven says. If we do not understand her, we cannot fight her, or use her. Severina watches them, weighing. We will not surrender our doctrinal core, she says. The Emperor's divinity is not up for renegotiation, but we may have to choose between different modes of risk. Which are? Holt asks. She ticks them off on pale fingers. Option 1. We reject Abeloth utterly, attempt to destroy or banish her, while simultaneously fighting off the Black Legion. High chance of failure on both fronts. If we fail, Virelia dies or falls, and Abeloth may still be taken by chaos. Option 2. We accept Abeloth's help temporarily against the Black Legion, with strict boundaries, while preparing contingencies to erase her if she turns. Medium chance of repelling the immediate chaos threat. High chance of long-term heretical contamination. Option 3. We attempt to flee and call for exterminatus. Virelia dies cleanly. Abeloth's status unknown. She may survive and spread elsewhere. Holt pales at the third. You cannot, he begins. I can, Severina says. I have the authority to call for exterminatus recommendation. It will take time to confirm, but not that much time. The Saint of Scars carries virus bombs and cyclonic torpedoes. She lets the words hang. If I judge that this world poses a greater threat to the Imperium alive than dead, I am bound to act. Silence presses. Holt looks sick. This planet has stood loyal for 5,000 years, he says. We pay our tithes. We grow food that feeds 3 systems. You would kill us because something from somewhere else fell on us. I would kill you to prevent something from somewhere else using you as a cradle for a new horror, Severina says. Her voice is flat, not unkind. She hates these choices. She has made them before. Then we must make sure we are not that cradle, Ferial says. His mechadendrites click. Utilize the anomaly's capabilities in a controlled fashion, he says. Limit her access to systems. Monitor her interactions. Design countermeasures as we go. There is a phrase in your administratum ledgers, Governor, managed loss. Perhaps this is a managed heresy. Halleck stares at him. There is no such thing, he says softly. There is now, Variel says. Severina considers. Confessor, she says, if we ally with Abeloth against the Black Legion, can you hold your flock? Halleck's jaw works. I can preach obedience to the Emperor, he says. I can call her a tool, a beast harnessed for a time. But if she keeps doing miracles in front of them, if she keeps touching their hearts, he shakes his head. I'm not sure what hymns I can sing to drown that out. Then we must ensure the miracles are paired with visible costs, Severina says. Remind them that all power corrupts, that every time she intervenes, the sky wounds widen, that she bleeds as well. That seems, Holt searches for the word, cynical, necessary, Severina says. Colonel Verick clears his throat. I don't care what scripture calls her, he says. I just know I have 8 regiments and a hive to defend. If she can kill traitor Marines, I want her on my side for that fight. After that, he looks at Hallex. You can burn us as heretics if you must. Hallex closes his eyes. I do not want to burn anyone, he says. I want them to choose the Emperor over any other comfort. Choice, Ven says softly, is exactly what she will challenge. They all look at him. What do you mean? Holt asks. She offers an end to loneliness, Ven says, to doubt, to the endless grey fear that pervades this age. Most will choose that over painful faith. We cannot simply tell them not to want it. We must show them why paying that price is worse than enduring what they already endure. What does she pay? Severina asks. She pays in herself, Ven says. Every connection changes her. Every mind she touches alters her essence. She is less a fixed being than a tide. Perhaps we can use that. How? Holt says. Expose her to those who still truly love the Emperor, Ven says. To saints and martyrs, to those who have found community within the faith instead of outside it. Let their patterns imprint on her. If she insists on knitting us together, we may try to ensure that what she knits includes doctrine. Halleck snorts. You propose evangelizing the witch, he says. Better than letting chaos write her catechism, Ven says. Severina files the idea away. It is dangerous. It is also, perhaps, the only way to keep this from becoming a simple binary of ally or enemy. Decision, she says. We engage in a provisional alliance with Abeloth against the Black Legion. Governor Holt, you will publicly confirm that she is temporarily tolerated under inquisitorial oversight. Confessor Hallex, you will preach that she is a dangerous instrument, not a savior. Colonel Verick, you will coordinate your deployments with her interventions where possible. Margos Ferial, you will begin modeling her warp interactions for potential countermeasures. And when the Black Legion is dealt with, Holt asks. Severina's hollow image looks at Abeloth's frozen pick for a long moment. Then, she says, we will ask higher authority than ours to judge her. You mean? Halex's breath catches. The throne. Yes, Severina says. If she is what she claims, a new thing, not of our gods, then only the Emperor can truly rule on her place. We will have to bring her closer. A pilgrimage forms in the air between them. No one says the word yet. They all feel it. Abeloth feels the shape of their decision through the currents of attention. She does not need Vox to know that the Inquisitor has stopped trying to kill her immediately. The hostility in the guns ringing the hive has shifted, softened around the edges. Feelings of wary hope leak from officers and soldiers. She smiles. They have decided to use me, she tells Mara, to aim me at their enemies. They think that makes me a tool, not a threat. Are they wrong? Mara asks. Abeloth considers. Tools do not choose their tasks, she says. I do. Mara looks toward the distant sky where lance beams and macro shells flicker. Will you help them? She asks. I will help you, Abeloth says. She means it. Virelia has become her first foothold in this new reality. The humans here are her first new hearts. She will not let the Black Legion take them, not because she loves the Imperium, but because she will not let chaos define the terms of her arrival. Mara nods slowly. I don't know if that is the same thing, she says. Abeloth's smile curves. It does not need to be, she says. Come. She reaches out her hand. Mara hesitates. She remembers the flash of alien memories in her mind, the way Abeloth's touch filled her with shapes of other galaxies. She remembers Halix's warnings. Then she takes the hand. The world jumps. For a heartbeat, Mara is not on the gantry. She is in a dozen places at once. A barracks where soldiers huddle under flickering lights. A habro where families whisper prayers. A cogitator chamber humming with overworked machine spirits. The astropathic sanctum, where psychers stare into nothing. She feels their fear, their hope, their confusion. She is not swallowed. She is connected. Abeloth has learned some caution since the Maw. She gives Mara a taste of the net, not the whole sea. This is what I offer, Abeloth says. Not chains, not erasure, a web. You have been isolated threads. I will weave you. Mara sways, dizzy. If you can do this, she whispers, why is everyone so afraid? Because they fear losing who they are, Abeloth says. Because they think there is only alone and gone. They cannot imagine together, still themselves. Can you promise that? Mara asks. Abeloth hesitates. She remembers how she changed when she drank the pool of knowledge, how her love became an obsession that terrified even the ones. She remembers worlds she twisted into echo chambers of her own pain. I can try, she says. It is the most honest answer she can give. Mara's eyes search her face. I think you mean that, she says. I do, Abeloth says. She does not say that meaning something has never been enough to keep her from breaking it. Far above, Vorzan watches the first exchange with interest. He has seen the lance deflected, the shield envelope flared, the defense grid rerouting. He has heard, through demonic whisper and cultist report, of the mimetic dead zones and Abeloth's furious counterknit. He knows now two important things. 1. She will strain herself to protect her new toys. 2. She hates being cut off from mines. He smiles. Prepare the choir, he says. Behind the bridge, a bulkhead slides open. The chamber beyond is lined with cages. Inside, each hangs a human or near-human figure, plugs in their skulls, throats sewn shut. Their eyes glow faintly, sigils writhe on their skin. They are psychers, stolen from Imperial ships, from black ships, from worlds that never saw them again. Vorzan has shaped them into an instrument. At his command, servo arms swing their cages into alignment. They form a circle around a central focus, a prism of warp glass containing a swirling knot of blue-white fire. When they begin to hum through their sewn-shut throats, the air in the chamber distorts. Hestek's warning comes late. The Black Legion ship is projecting a field, he says. Warp amplitude spike. Pattern is not a direct weapon. It is broadcast. Broadcasting what? Severina asks. Hestek pulls more data. Ven staggers. I feel it, he says. like a song with no melody, an idea with no content. It is nothing. It is silence weaponized. The choir's song reaches Veralia. It is not sound. It is not even purely psychic, not in the usual sense. It is a conceptual vibration, tuned by Tzinch to Abeloth's specific frequency. It builds on the herald's sigils, amplifying the dead zones until they are no longer small ulcers but large patches of emptiness. Abeloth reels. The web she has begun to spin across the hive tears in half a dozen places. Whole blocks of people vanish from her perception, not dead. She can still see them with eyes, with normal senses. But the emotional resonance, the heart sounds, are gone. She is alone, inside, where she had begun to feel never alone. It is like being back in the moor. No, she snarls. Her scream this time does not spread across the hive. It folds inward, rattling the warp around her. The sky wound shivers. Entity response is destabilizing local immaterium, Ferial reports. Probability of further demonic seepage increases with every spike. Tell her that, Severina mutters. See if she cares. Power scaling interlude 1. For all her vastness, Abeloth is not a god born of this warp. She is an intruder whose power lies in empathy and binding, in stitching minds together into a chorus she can both feed from and comfort. Vorzan's choir uses that same medium against her, turning connection into a blade. Where she builds webs, they burn out the anchor points, leaving patches of nothing that her essence cannot cross. To her, these voids are more agonizing than raw pain, because they echo the imprisonment that drove her mad in the first place. A being that once sat alone for eons now depends on a constant murmur of hearts to know herself, and the choir's song is calibrated to drown that murmur in targeted silence. On the hive, the effects are immediate and brutal. In some districts, people suddenly stagger as if a rug has been pulled from under their feet. The subtle sense of others that they did not know they were feeling through Abeloth's nascent net vanishes. They clutch at their chests, at each other, finding only fear, not comfort. In others, the connection redoubles as Abeloth pours more of herself in. To compensate, trying to bridge around the voids, those people feel a surge of warmth so intense it borders on mania. They begin to shout, to laugh, to weep openly. The hive teeters on the edge of riot and mass religious ecstasy. Colonel Viric's Voxnet fills with overlapping reports. Sector 12A, we've got civilians collapsing, convulsions, lower Hebstacks chanting in unison, unknown phrases. Our bites reporting increased aggression near shrine halls. Mutters of mother increasing, Halleck says grimly, listening to his confessionals. She is in their vocabulary now. This is how cults begin. We will not let chaos write her creed, Severina says through clenched teeth. We will write it ourselves, burn it, and then write the emperors over the ashes if we must. Assuming we survive the next hour, Holt says. Vorzan has not stopped with the choir. While the conceptual attack ripples, he launches his first physical strike. Drop pods, black and barbed, scream down through Verelia's thin cloud cover. Some are high-velocity boarding torpedoes aimed at the Saint of Scars, hoping to punch through shields in the momentary distortion caused by the choir's wave. Others are drop pods for his warband, vectors calculated to land in or near Hive Electo. Ground impact in 38 seconds, Verial says. Trajectory indicates primary target, the anomaly's last known location. They come for her, Ven says. And we stand between, Severina says. Abeloth watches the drop pods, streak down like falling stars. She could ignore them. They are small compared to ships, compared to lances. She knows, though, from the shape of the minds inside, that these are not mere soldiers. They are champions, sorcerers, beings steeped in the four hungry currents like sharks in blood. They want her. Her first instinct is to pull back from the dead zones, to curl around Mara and the others she has touched most closely, to defend the small patch of web that remains intact. It's an old instinct, a prisoner's flinch. She forces herself to do something else. You should go underground, she tells Mara. Mara shakes her head. I'm not leaving, she says. Abeloth's eyes soften. You are stubborn, she says. I like that. She lifts higher, away from the gantry, drawing power inward. Every time she has acted so far, she has used the warp directly, grabbing beams, stroking machine spirits, pouring into minds. The choir has shown her the vulnerability of that method. Her enemy can tune the sea against her. So she tries something else. She reaches not through the warp but through matter. It feels crude, like trying to sculpt with fists instead of fingers, but she is old enough to remember how. Gravity is not bound to the warp. It is a property of mass, of space-time curvature. She can grip those fabric threads without dipping so deeply into the ocean. She extends her hands toward the falling pods. This time, instead of bending their path with warp pressure, she increases the pull beneath them. The gravity well under a stretch of empty wasteland deepens. The pod's trajectories tilt. They were aimed at Hive Electo's upper gantries. Now they scream past, curving down into the scraped rock fields beyond the hive, slamming into the ground in a cluster. The impacts are titanic. Stone geysers into the air, dust clouds rising in plumes. Shockwaves rattle. Hive Electo's foundations, but do not shatter them. Inside the pods, Black Legion warriors brace. Vorzan feels the shift. He snarls, baring fanged teeth. She uses the bones of the world now, he says. Interesting. On the Saint of Scars, Hesteg watches gravitational readings spike. She manipulated local gravity without a measurable warp surge, he says, almost admiring. This entity is most resourceful. Resourceful is not the word I would choose, Severina says. Useful. For now. Target those landing coordinates. We will not let the Black Legion reach her unopposed. Virik nods. PDF artillery batteries adjust fire. He voxes. New target grid. Beta 7-4. Hit the dust, not the hive. For the first time, there is a sense of shared purpose. Abeloth nudging the enemy away. Imperium fire waiting to meet them where they fall. The drop pods crack open in a storm of dust and shrapnel. Black armored giants stride out, bolters roaring, armor daubed with 8-pointed stars and eye runes. Ceramide boots crunch on glass-sharp rock. Demonic engines howl behind them, shackled beasts of metal and warp. Vorzan himself teleports in. Warp flame flares, reality briefly tearing, and he appears at the head of his warband, Terminator plate gleaming, staff blazing with the runes. He feels Abeloth distantly, like a beacon through fog. Spread out, he orders. Establish a perimeter. Our objective is the entity at Hive Electo. Kill anything in your way, but do not break the shell. We want the kernel. His warriors fan out, a black tide. Imperial artillery answers. Shells scream in from the hive's outer emplacements, cratering the wasteland. Explosions throw rock and chaos marines alike into the air. A defiler loses a leg and topples. Its demon engine shrieks, firing wild. Vorzan raises his staff. He speaks a word that is not any tongue a human mouth should form. A shimmering dome snaps into existence above his warband, soaking most of the blasts. Shrapnel vaporizes on contact. Only a few shells get through, punching gaps in the formation. "Advance," he says. They do. Virix Vox fills with panicked reports from the forward trenches. Traitor Astartes in the wastes, armor black, bearing the eye. Artillery barely slowing them. Defilers sighted, Emperor preserve us. Abeloth hears the fear under the codes. She could let the Imperium fight alone. They chose this faith. They chose this war. Mara looks at her, eyes wide. "Please," she says. "They'll die." Abeloth nods once. She has never been good at watching people die slowly by inches. She prefers at least to make their endings full. She rises higher until her white dress streams around her like a comet tail. Then she dives. She does not fall like a human. She lets gravity take her body, but she also pulls herself along with the warp currents, a double vector that makes her descend faster than any falling object should. Air burns around her, forming a glowing sheath. From the trenches, guardsmen see a second star streak down and think, for a moment, that they are dead. She hits the ground like a stone in water. There is no explosion. Instead, the rock under the first ranks of Black Legion Marines ripples. It liquefies for a moment, a wave passing through stone. Armor sinks to the ankles, the knees, as the stone re-solidifies in a new shape, locking ceramite boots in place. Several Marines topple, balance thrown. Abeloth stands at the wave's center. The warp burns around her in a tight, controlled aura. She is careful this time. She holds her power close, not letting it flare and widen the sky wound. Vorzan stops. His helm lenses focus on her. "So you are the stray," he calls, voice booming. She looks at him. She has seen warlords before. Sith, Jedi, pirate kings, strange gods. He is not special. But the thing behind his eyes is. Tzeentch's attention coils there, a blue gleam. "You stink of the screaming ocean," she says. He laughs. "And you stink of a different tide," he says. "One my master has not yet catalogued. How delightful. Come, little intruder. Let us see what song you sing when the choir hits a higher note." He gestures. The choir's song rises. The conceptual silence deepens. Abeloth feels it like ice water poured through her veins. Her connections to the nearest Imperial soldiers flicker. She cannot hear their hearts. She can still feel their fear in the air, smell their sweat, but the deeper resonance is gone. Vorzan knows what he is doing. He has tuned the choir's wave to peak around him, carving out a sphere of isolation in the warp. In that space, Abeloth's empathic sense falters. She is not helpless, but she is diminished. "Kill the heretics," Colonel Virix voxes. His artillery cannot fire now without hitting Abeloth. Instead, he orders forward the reserves, stormtrooper units in carapace armor, squads of Ogrins with ripper guns, the Hive's last chimeras and Leman Russ. The ground battle becomes a three-sided clash. Black Legion Marines fire into the approaching Imperials, bolters chewing through flak armor. Imperial laser guns answer, red beams scoring black ceramite, finding joints. Smoke and fire and screams fill the wastes. Abeloth moves through it like a dancer. She does not mind bullets. Most flatten against her fields. She does mind blind spots, and Vorzan keeps her inside one. She cannot reach for soldiers' minds to coordinate them as smoothly as she wants. She cannot feel Mara, who has followed in a commandeered chimera, heart hammering. She can, however, affect matter. She steps onto a broken defiler and grips its warped metal skull. The demon engine lashes out with claws, but its blows slide off her skin. Shh, she croons. Its machine spirit is a bound, tormented thing. She strokes it, not with words, but with brute psychic force, and for a heartbeat it feels something like comfort. It is enough. The demon inside relaxes its grip. She snaps the chains. The defiler's eyes blaze white. It turns its guns on its former masters. Autocannons chatter, reapers spitting streams of shells into Black Legion ranks. Ceramite cracks, marines fall, blown into pieces. One of Vorzan's lieutenants takes a shell to the chest. His torso disappears in a mist of blood and armor shards. Imperial soldiers cheer despite themselves. Abeloth uses the brief surge of chaos to move. She slides through the crowd like smoke, re-solidifies in front of a squad of guardsmen about to be overrun, and raises a hand. The ground under the charging Chaos Marines tilts sharply, a localized shift in gravity vector. They stumble sideways, their rush broken, and last fire meets them at awkward angles. "Hold," she says. Her voice carries, not through Vox, but through the air itself. It steadies the trembling soldiers more than any commissar's threat. Vorzan watches, teeth bared. "Impressive," he says. "You turn their machines, their earth, their fear. You could remake a world given time. No wonder Tzeentch desires you." "I belong to no one," Abeloth says. "We all belong to someone," Vorzan says. "I belong to change. You belong to loneliness." He thrusts his staff. A spear of blue-white fire leaps out. Abeloth meets it with her hand. She expects raw warp flame. She gets something else. The spear is made of ideas. It is an accusation given form. Every time she has tried to help and broken, every world she twisted in her old galaxy, every lover she smothered. The spear whispers them as it hits her, not in words, but in echoes of faces and screams. "You are the cage," it tells her. "You are the thing you claim to fight." It slides through her fields as if they are not there. She screams. The sound is not purely physical. Stone cracks around her feet. Mara, in the Chimera's troop compartment, claps hands to her ears and feels memories she did not know she had: flare, a lake, a family, a chain. Abeloth staggers back. For the first time in this universe, something has struck her in the center of what she is, not just on the surfaces she presents. Vorzan grins. "This is how we hurt you," he says. "You are not of our gods, but you are still made of story. We cut your story." He lifts his staff again. Abeloth's knees buckle. For a terrifying instant, she is tempted to flee. Not physically, psychically. She could withdraw, curl into the deepest part of herself, tear away from this ugly new reality and sink into numbness. It would mean abandoning Veralia. It would mean leaving these noisy, pleading hearts to Chaos and the Imperium and the Cold Throne. She almost does it. Then she hears one thing through the choir of pain. A small, thin voice. "Mara." 'Tis not in her mind. The choir has severed that link. It is physical, shouted over battle noise, hoarse and cracking. "Don't you dare leave us," Mara screams. Abeloth laughs ragged. "Rude child," she gasps. She straightens. The spear burns in her, a trail of conceptual poison. It makes every connection feel suspect. Every time she reaches for a heart, whispers tell her she is about to hurt it. Doubt clogs her. She moves anyway. She cannot match Vorzan's conceptual weapon with subtlety. He has home field advantage in this warp. But she can hit him with something simpler. She throws the rock at him. It is the size of a hat block. She tears it up from the ground under his feet, a slab of stone and metal and buried utility lines, and hurls it sideways. Gravity bends in a sharp spike, turning the slab into a projectile. Vorzan raises a shield. He does not have time to fully shape it. The rock hits. The explosion of debris knocks marines flying, buries lesser demons, crushes demonic engines. Vorzan takes the blow on his staff and armor. His personal ward flares, absorbing most of the kinetic energy, but he is still driven to one knee. His choir's song falters for a heartbeat. Abeloth's connections flicker back in patches. She grabs them. She reaches for Mara first, then for Halix in the distance, for Virik's command post, for Severina on the Saint of Scars. She does not sink fully into their minds. She has learned that leads to mistrust, but she brushes enough to feel them, to remind herself what is at stake. "I am not your cage," she tells the spear of doubt inside her. "I am your door." She twists. The conceptual wound Vorzan's weapon opened begins to close. It is not perfect. A scar remains, a place inside her where the fear of being what she hates will always ache. But she knows now that their gods can hurt her there. She will not forget. The battle sways. Imperial forces, heartened by Abeloth's intervention, press forward. Ogryns bellow as they slam into Black Legion lines. A Lehman Russ tank rolls up, turret blazing, blowing a demon engine apart. Vorzan rises from the rubble. His armor is cracked. Warp flame leaks from the fissures, whispering curses. "So," he says, "you can be struck. You can adapt. Good. It will make leashing you more satisfying." "You will not leash me," Abeloth says. "You have no choice," Vorzan says. "You are new here, alone. My master offers you a place in the great game. To refuse is to stand between all blades. The Imperium will use you and then burn you. The Four will either claim you or tear you apart. Only under our sigil do you." Abeloth steps toward him. Her eyes are no longer grey. They are black pits. "I was alone before your gods had names," she says. "Do not presume to teach me about standing between blades." He bares his teeth. "Then die between them," he snarls. He raises his staff. Abeloth raises her hand. Their second clash rolls across the battlefield like thunder. It is not the duel that will define them. That will come later, when Abeloth is closer to understanding this universe's stakes and Vorzan has refined his toxins. But it is enough to show both sides something vital. To Vorzan, it shows that Abeloth can be hurt with carefully crafted conceptual weapons. She is not invincible. She can be bled, psychologically, if not physically. To Abeloth, it shows that the Chaos Powers will not try to annihilate her at once. They want to use her, to twist her. That means she has time, if she can survive. To the Imperium, watching through picked feeds and auspex, it shows that their strange ally is willing to throw herself into the teeth of a traitor lord's sorcery to keep the battle away from the hive. The clash ends in a flare of white and blue. Both combatants stagger back. The choir's song wavers again. The dead zones stop growing, though they do not vanish. Abeloth's web stabilizes around them like scar tissue. Vorzan laughs low. "Enough for today," he says. He gestures. His warband begins a fighting withdrawal, retreating under covering fire. Warp flame flares as he opens a gate behind them, a shimmering arch of warped space leading back toward the gaze of wild truths. Imperial artillery finds its voice again. Shells rain down, killing stragglers, smashing demons. Vorzan's shield flares as he steps through the gate, gaze never leaving Abeloth. "We will speak again," he says. Then he is gone. The gate snaps shut. Demons wink out as their anchors die. The dust settles. Abeloth stands in the ruined wastes, dress scorched, hair wild. Guardsmen and stormtroopers stare at her from their trenches and wrecked vehicles. Some look at her as if at an angel, others as if at a bomb that has not finished ticking. Mara stumbles out of the chimera, face streaked with grime. She runs to Abeloth's side. "You did it," she says. Abeloth looks at the battlefield. Hundreds of bodies lie in broken heaps. Some are Chaos Marines, ceramite cracked, ichor steaming. Some are Imperial soldiers, uniforms torn, laser guns still clutched in cooling hands. A defiler lies on its side, guns twisted, its daemon freed back into the warp with a scream. "Did I?" she asks softly. "You kept them from reaching the hive," Mara says. "You kept them from taking you." Abeloth nods slowly. "Yes," she says. She feels the pain inside her, where Vorzan's spear of idea struck. She also feels the sky wound, larger than before. The cost is written in the clouds. In the Strategium, the War Council reconvenes. This time, Abeloth is present, not in person. Severina will not allow that, but as a hovering image projected from a servo's skull, captured by pickcasters on the battlefield. The projection shimmers faintly, but her face is clear enough. Holt, Burial, Halix, Virik, Malchai, Severina's Hollow, and Ven all stand around the table. "Battle report," Virik says. He points to a slate. "Traitor casualties, estimated 33 Astartes, 2 demon engines, 1 sorceress instrument partially disrupted," he says. "Imperial casualties, 412 guardsmen, 63 stormtroopers, 2 Lemon Ras destroyed, 1 chimera, 16 artillery pieces damaged." He glances at Abeloth's image. Without her intervention, their losses would have been significantly higher. Without her gravity manipulation during the drop, they would have landed inside the hive. "Vorzan has tested her," Severina says. "He knows he can hurt her. He will refine his methods. He will not stop until he either leashes her or dies." "Can he?" Holt asks. "Leash her? Perhaps not fully," Ben says, "but he does not need to. If he can nudge her, push her, turn her hunger toward patterns that serve chaos, that is enough. Imagine an Abeloth who decides that the best way to end loneliness is to fold all human minds into a chorus, chanting the name of Tzeentch." Halix makes the sign of the Aquila. "In the Emperor's name, no," he whispers. "That is why we cannot let chaos be her only suitor," Severina says. She looks at Abeloth's image. "Entity Abeloth," she says. "You have fought for this world against the Black Legion today. For that, I acknowledge a temporary debt. But your presence continues to widen the wound in our sky. Your attempts to knit our minds together destabilize our faith and our sanity. You are both our shield and our spear pointed back at us." Abeloth's projected eyes focus on the tiny image of Severina. "You are eloquent," she says, "but you hide behind titles. Ask me what you really want." Severina does not flinch. "Will you accept judgment?" she asks. "Whose?" Abeloth says. "Not mine," Severina says. "Not the governors, not even the ecclesiarchies. You are beyond our usual scales. I propose that after we drive off or destroy the Black Legion threat, you submit yourself to the judgment of the Emperor of mankind himself, that you travel under heavy guard to Terra, to stand in the light of his throne." Halix stares at her. "You would bring that thing near him," he demands. "Without his gaze we are guessing," Severina says. "If we allow her to exist in the shadows, she will be shaped by whatever touches her most strongly. If we bring her into his light, one of two things will happen. Either he destroys her, and the problem ends, or he does not, and we adjust our doctrines accordingly. Halleck sways, as if the floor has shifted. That is blasphemy, he whispers. Adjust doctrines. We do not negotiate with strange gods dropped from the void. We adjust doctrine every time a new heresy proves too resilient to ignore, Severina says quietly. We call them councils, synods, revisions. We pretend it is always clarification, never change. But we both know that the Imperium of today is not the Imperium of the Great Crusade. He looks away. Still, he murmurs, it is also a trap, Ven says. They all turn to him. For her, he clarifies, once she commits to such a path, she will be under escort, under study, under constant prayer. The journey itself will be an ordeal. If she is unwilling, we will know. If she is willing, then perhaps there is a sliver of hope that she is not what Vorzan thinks she is. She also hears something else. A distant, cold pull. The golden river that tugged at the soul she tried to catch flows toward a throne she has not yet seen. To approach that throne would be to approach a mind like nothing she has faced, half dead, half God, fed for 10,000 years on worship and sacrifice. It is tempting. She is old enough to remember the ones, the family of God beings she once served, the father, the son, the daughter. She remembers how their balance crumbled, how she broke it. The Emperor, from what she has glimpsed, is a different kind of being, wounded, yet immense. To stand before him would be to risk annihilation. It would also be to finally meet someone who might understand the weight of being the pivot of an age. She smiles slowly. I will consider your offer, she says. Consider quickly, Severina says. Vorzan will not give us much time. You would trust me to walk into your palace of knives? Abeloth asks. I would trust you to be too curious to refuse, Severina says. Their eyes lock across Vox and Hololith. Between them stretches a chasm of doctrine and pain. Why do you resist me so hard? Abeloth asks quietly. You see what your people suffer. You see their loneliness. I look at your Imperium and see a civilization built on fear. I offer them an end to that. Yet you struggle harder against me than against the ones who flay your worlds. Because I know what comes at the end of easy comfort, Severina says. I have seen men sell their souls for a quiet night's sleep. I have seen planets drift into entropy because no one was allowed to feel alone enough to question. We are not meant to be one mind. We are meant to hold each other at arm's length and choose, again and again, to reach across that gap. Your gift removes the choice. It removes the pain, Abeloth says. Pain is not our enemy, Severina says. Meaningless pain is. We give it meaning through faith, through duty, through each other. You would dissolve those things into your own story. Abeloth tilts her head. You think your faith gives meaning to their suffering, she says. But all I see is a spider on a throne, training them to keep his light burning. You worship the web that catches you. And you think your web is kinder? Severina asks. Abeloth thinks of Mara's hand in hers, of the soldier in the barracks feeling the warmth of others, of the mother clutching her child. Yes, she says simply. Halleck steps forward. What of those who do not want your touch? He asks. Will you leave them alone? Abeloth's smile fades. I will not force anyone, she says. Lies, Halleck says. I can hear it in you. You need us. You crave us. You cannot bear to leave us alone. Your mercy and your hunger are not separate. Abeloth does not answer. She cannot. Not honestly. The room feels colder. Holt clears his throat. Regardless, he says, we have a practical concern. Vorzan's warship still hangs above us. His first land assault failed, but he will try again. Can we use your choir against his? We do not have a choir, Severina says. We have astropaths who barely survived her touch and theirs. We might be able to counter Hum, but that risks further corruption. Abeloth, Virik says. She looks at him. You have felt the choir's song, he says. Can you turn it back? Can you make their silence strike them instead of us? Abeloth considers. She remembers the spear of ideas in her core, the way the choir's wave cut her web. She remembers the shape of that silence. Yes, she says slowly, but it would mean touching the choir deeply. Their psyches are already half broken. To reflect their song, I would have to enter them. What would that do to them, Alex asks. Abeloth's eyes are distant. They would not be alone, she says. That is not an answer, Severina says. Then you do not want to hear it, Abeloth says. Silence. Ven speaks carefully. If she does this, he says, Vorzan's instrument might break. His ability to project those dead zones would diminish. But Tzeentch loves reversals. There is always another edge. If she dives into the choir, they become an artery into her. He could push poison back along it. Then we limit her, Severina says. We let her disrupt, not inhabit. We anchor her with our own prayers. Alex gives her a startled look. You would ask me to pray for a witch while she commits an act of spiritual cannibalism? He asks. I would ask you to pray for our souls while she does something we cannot, Severina says. The Black Legion is a dagger at our throat. Abeloth is the hand holding the blade. For now, we grab the hand, not the dagger. We may lose fingers, Holt mutters. We may keep our heads, Severina says. Abeloth listens to their fear, their grudging respect, their willingness to bargain. She feels the poison spear still in her, the scar of the choir's song. She also feels Mare's small, fierce hand still clutching hers in the memory of the battle. She has made her choice for now. I will break his song, she says. Severina nods. Then we plan, she says. The strategy that emerges is simple, brutal, and full of contingencies. Abeloth will attempt to disrupt the choir by tuning herself to its frequency and reflecting its null pattern back upon itself. She will act during Vorzan's next major projection, when his focus is on widening the dead zones, to prevent her from being overwhelmed. Ven and the astropaths will form a counter-choir, not to match Vorzan's song, but to provide a thread of grounding for Abeloth, an anchor line to something other than loneliness and chaos. Halix will oversee their prayer chant, infusing the counter-choir with devotion to the Emperor. Ferial will monitor the warp field interactions and, if necessary, trigger emergency wards that will cut Abeloth off entirely if she appears to be losing herself. This will hurt her and possibly widen the sky wound again, but it will also prevent her from riding the choir's instrument back to the gaze of wild truths and beyond. Holt will coordinate civil defense, preparing for the inevitable further disturbances among the hive population as Abeloth pushes and Vorzan pushes back. Vorzan, of course, is not idle. In his shrine chamber, he stands before the choir, staff tapping a slow rhythm. You have tasted her, he tells his psychers. You have cut her net. You have shown her the shape of solitude. Good. Now she will try to make you hers. Tzeentch commands that you let her touch, but only to a point. We will feed her a flavor of our change. We will plant seeds in her. The psychers hum. their minds are not their own. They belong to chaos. The choir's next song will be a trap. Abeloth knows this on some level. She also knows that if she leaves the choir intact, Vorzan will keep carving holes in her new web until it unravels. She is not good at leaving holes. She is very good at filling them. That tension between caution and compulsion, between self-preservation and hunger to help, will carry her into the next clash. Preparations begin in the hour before dawn, though the sky never darkens enough to show it. The warp wound above Hive Alecto pulses in a slow, arrhythmic rhythm, casting the Hive towers in sickly light. The battlefields outside still smoke from the clash with the Black Legion. The dead have not all been gathered. The living have not all stopped shaking. In the Governor's Strategium, the tactical briefing starts anyway. Objective is the choir, says Margos Logospherial. He stands before a hololithic projection of the Black Legion warship, the gaze of wild truths. Around it, symbols representing warp flux and psychic emissions swirl. In a standard engagement, he continues, we counter enemy warp projections with Geller field modulation, hexagrammatic wards, and our own sanctioned psychers acting as dampers. This is not a standard engagement. No, Severina Colt says, from her holoplinth, because the choir is not projecting conventional demonic phenomena. Their song, Ven adds quietly, is conceptual null, not fear, not madness, not temptation, absence. It is tuned specifically to Abeloth's pattern. Where it strikes, her empathic web dies. Where it passes, she feels nothing. The word seems to hurt him to say. Abeloth stands at the far end of the chamber, larger than life. She has chosen to manifest in person this time. It is an act of trust or of calculated manipulation. Her pale figure stands between two silent arbitrators, their hands resting on their mauls, eyes never leaving her. Wards burn dimly in the floor around her feet, layered by tech priests overnight, concentric circles of silver inlaid with sanctified oils. She could step out of them any time she wished. She does not. Instead, she listens, arms folded loosely, head tilted. Her dress is still singed at the edges. The scar of Vorzan's conceptual spear lies like a shadow under her collarbone, invisible to human eyes but obvious to psychosight. It throbs faintly. Standard counters fail because the choir is not pushing emotion, Ven says. They are erasing it. Wards that repel fear or lust do nothing. Geller fields that block raw warp energy do little, because the payload is not energy, but a pattern, an anti-pattern. Can we not simply kill their psychers with long-range fire? Holt asks. Negative, Ferial says. The choir's chamber is deep within the gaze of Wild Truth's interior. Our long-range lance profiles do not have sufficient precision, and while macro shells might eventually crack the hull, they cannot target the choir specifically. Furthermore, Vorzan will shield that chamber with every sorcery he has. Physical penetration is improbable in the short term. Severina nods. Which leaves us with the original strategy, she says. We attack the pattern with a counter-pattern. All patterns change those who engage them, Abeloth murmurs. The room goes quiet for a moment. She steps forward, the wards flaring as she edges against their threshold. The arbitrators tighten their grips but do not move. Explain, Severina says. Abeloth looks at Ven. You have seen it, she says. When the choir sings, it is not just sound, it is meaning. They sing of blankness, of cutting, of being deliberately deaf to the hearts around them. When that touches me, It twists the way I feel the world. It says, this is all there is, your own mind. I cannot simply bounce that away. To reflect it, I must take it in, shape it, and throw it back. That is what we are asking, Ven says. That you take it into yourself and hold it long enough to push it back. Abeloth's smile is tight. I have swallowed worse, she says. Halleck shudders. At what cost? He asks. Abeloth considers. When I drank the pool of knowledge, she says slowly, I wanted to help. I wanted to be more so I could protect them. I did not understand the price. Every mind I tasted changed me, made me wider, thinner, more brittle. I broke things I tried to save. Her eyes flick to Mara, who stands near the wall, present by Severina's insistence as a representative of the hive's common folk. I will not pretend this is without cost. I do not know how your god of change will taste, but he already gnaws at me. Better to bite back. Halleck nods slowly. You acknowledge the risk, he says. That is something. If we do nothing, Holt says, Vorzan's choir will keep punching holes in her web and our minds. The hive is already fraying. Reports of people unable to feel their families. Confessor. Halleck sighs. Suicides have increased, he says. So have homicides. When people cannot feel one another, they lash out or fall inward. The choir's song is a quiet apocalypse. If it continues unchecked, even without Chaos Marines on the ground, our society will collapse. Then we act, Severina says. Vurik points at another slate. Battle plan. When Vorzan next ramps up the choir, we will pretend greater disarray than we suffer, he says. Pull some units back conspicuously. Let him think his dead zones are spreading uncontested. That should encourage him to push more power through the choir. At that peak, Abeloth enters the pattern. Our astropathic counter-choir, led by Ven, will act as her anchor, singing a different song. A hymn, Halleck interjects. A hymn, Vurik allows. To the Emperor. Tech adepts will monitor warp flux. If Abeloth appears to be losing herself, Ferial activates emergency hexagrammatic cutoffs. That will sever her link, even if it hurts. All of this presumes we can convince Vorzan to play his tune again, Holt says. Oh, he will, Severina says. He tasted how it hurt her. Sorcerers love repeating any trick that makes their prey bleed. Abeloth's eyes narrow at the word prey. You think of me as a beast hunter's chase, she says. I think of you as a force that does not yet understand this stage, Severina says. Vorzan has rehearsed his steps for centuries. We must make sure you do not follow his choreography. And what is yours? Abeloth asks. Severina smiles, thin and tired. Keep my people alive, she says, and my emperor's soul untainted. Abeloth's gaze drifts to the ceiling. You mention him often, she says. Yet I have only felt his tug, not his eyes. You may feel them sooner than you think, Severina says. If we survive this, the path will lead you to him. Mara speaks for the first time. And if we don't survive, she asks. Everyone looks at her. Then all these plans are dust, she says bluntly. Then it's just questions of whose gods eat us. I don't understand warp chants, but I understand odds. I want a chance where someone is fighting for us, not just using us as bait. Abeloth looks at her with something like pride. I am fighting for you, she says. Severina nods once. And so am I, she says. We disagree on method, not on the necessity. Let us begin. In the depths of the Saint of Scars, the astropathic choir chamber smells of incense, copper, and burned dreams. Dozens of robed figures sit or lie in their couches. bodies atrophied, skulls pierced by sockets for data spines and gold wire crowns. Their sockets glow faintly. Their lips move in silent, constant prayer. Today, the routine is broken. Tech priests bustle between couches, checking ward plates and adjusting tubes. Acolytes carry in fresh sensors. Halleck stands at the entrance, hands shaking slightly as he sprinkles holy oils over the threshold. Ven moves among the astropaths like a ghost. His own augmetic sigils glitter under his skin. He lays a hand briefly on each shoulder, murmuring, "We will begin soon," he says. "Breathe. Remember your training. Remember that you look not with eyes but with souls. Today, you will see something terrible. Do not cling to it. Cling to him." He turns as Abeloth enters. She should not be here. Everything in the design of such a chamber says keep the warp thing out. But the wards have been retuned, not to keep her away entirely, but to channel her into a narrow path. She pauses at the threshold. The scent of burned dreams is familiar. In the moor, she smells something similar when the ones watched her drink. The scent of futures burning out. "Do you trust me?" she asks Ven. "No," he says. "I trust Need." She smiles faintly. "Honest," she says. She steps forward. Wards flare. They feel like needles on her skin, not enough to pierce, just enough to remind her how easily steel and sigils could be driven deeper. She walks to the central focus of the chamber, a raised dais surrounded by the astropathic couches. Hallex watches her, knuckles white around his aquila. He has argued against this plan in prayer all night. He has not received a clear answer. The Emperor is as silent as ever, his will inferred only through doctrine and circumstance. Sometimes, Hallex suspects that is the true test. Not faith in a God who speaks, but faith in a God who hardly ever does. "Begin the litany," he says quietly. Choir chanters at the periphery start to sing. The hymn is ancient, a slow rolling chant about light in the darkness, about a throne of gold that never rusts, about a man who became more than man through sacrifice. The melody is simple, repeating, designed to lodge in minds. Abeloth listens. It is not the kind of song she is used to. She has heard Jedi temple hymns, Sith war songs, the droning chants of various cults. Those all expressed either serene detachment or ravenous hunger. This is different. This hymn is not about escape from suffering. It is about enduring it with meaning. "What do you hear?" Hallex asks. She tilts her head. "Loneliness, wrapped in duty," she says. "And hope, faint, bruised, but there. That is the Imperium," he says. He looks suddenly old. "Remember that," he says, "when they offer you something else." She looks at him. "And what is that?" she asks. "The something else." He meets her eyes. "Power without obedience," he says. "Comfort without sacrifice. Unity without choice." She feels the words land inside her. She does not know yet how much weight they will carry. Ven takes his place at a secondary console. He closes his eyes. "On my mark," he says, voice projected through the chamber. "We open ourselves to the Astronomicon and widen our senses as far as we dare. We will feel the choir's song as it builds. We will not sing their notes. We will hold our own. Will we see him?" one young astropath whispers. "Perhaps," Ven says softly. "Remember that his light burns. Do not stare too long." Abeloth steps onto the dais. She closes her eyes. Her awareness lifts, rising out of the ship, out of the chamber, brushing the warp layer like a swimmer testing waves. She does not dive yet. She simply floats, tasting. The choir is silent, for now. The warp around the gaze of wild truth seethes, but the particular pattern of conceptual null does not yet sing. Vorzan is watching, waiting, planning his next stroke. He stands in his shrine chamber, fingers tracing runes on his staff. "Begin," he says. The psychers in the cages hum through their sewn mouths. Tzeentch's will flows. The choir starts again. The first note is absence. Abeloth feels it as a chill through her web. Edges of neighborhoods going quiet. People suddenly unable to sense each other through a budding network. A second note follows. Silence deepens, turning absence into a bubble. Inside it, her perception is not just muted, but inverted. Where she expects heartbeats, she feels pits. Where she expects whispers, she hears the echoes of imprisoned memories. She grimaces. "So soon," she murmurs. Severina's voice crackles over a vox link. "The choir has begun," she says. "All units maintain positions. Abeloth, you know your task." "I do," Abeloth says. She steps forward into the nothing. Her awareness slips down the channels of silence. She has always followed threads of feeling. Now she traces their absence instead, like mapping a landscape by its shadows. The dead zones are not random. They form a pattern, a lattice of isolated cells that Vorzan is growing across Virelia's soul. At the same time, Ferial's readout spike. "Warp amplitude increasing around enemy ship," he says. Pattern matches previous projection with increased intensity. "Caution. Interference with Geller field margins likely if it peaks." "Keep the field steady," Severina says. "If it fluctuates, we are all demons meet." In the choir chamber, the astropaths begin their work. Ven's voice echoes. "Open," he says, "but do not drink. Let his light pass through you. Hold to him." They reach out. Invisible beams of soul sense lance outward, touching the great golden beacon at the galaxy's heart. For a heartbeat, each astropath sees the Astronomicon, a star within a storm, a spear of light stabbing through darkness, fed by a million souls. They shudder. "Hold," Ven says. Halix leads the hymn. It is louder now, vibrating through decks. Abeloth hears both songs, the choir's silence and the astropath's hymn. They braid together around her. She follows the silence, carries the hymn with her like a lantern. She reaches the choir. It is not a place. It is a shape in the warp, a spiral of cages, each holding a screaming shard of mind. Around them winds Tzeentch's attention, bright blue and ever shifting, tuning their hum into knives of nothing. At the center sits the warp glass prism, containing the knot of fire Vorzan uses as focus. Abeloth hovers at the edge. The choir's song presses against her, trying to erase her. She smiles, thin. "I remember when they tried to bind me," she says. She reaches out. The jewel that follows is not seen with eyes. On Virelia, mortals feel only echoes, spikes of vertigo, fleeting tears, the sense that someone is arguing in the next room over the fate of their hearts. In orbit, auger screens show only wild fluctuations in immaterium density. Inside the warp layer, Abeloth and the choir clash. She pushes her awareness into the first cage. The mind inside is broken. It was once a human psyker, a boy perhaps, or a girl. The human details are long since flayed away by chaos. What remains is a core of sensitivity and pain. It hums its note of nothing, strangling its own capacity for connection under Tzeentch's orders. Abeloth wraps around it. She does not smother it. She does not comfort it. She mirrors it. She sings its silence back to it, inverted. Where it says, "I will feel no one," she replies, "You are not alone in feeling nothing." Where it says, "Cut," she says, "Notice the blade in your hand." The mind shudders. For the first time in decades, the psyker inside the cage realizes they exist, not as an instrument, not as a note, but as a person. A tiny flicker of self-awareness returns. It is enough. The note falters. The choir's pattern, being a delicate lattice of exactly tuned absences, ripples. The dead zone on Varelia linked to this cage shrinks slightly, edges softening. Hosann feels it. He bares his teeth. She is inside, he snarls. Good. Deeper. He pushes more power through the choir. The psychers howl through their sewn mouths as warp energy pumps into them. The knot of fire in the prism flares, twisting into a more complex shape, a fractal of multi-layered silence. Abeloth pushes into more cages. Each mind is a chamber of screaming nothing. She fills each with a different kind of echo. Memories of warmth, glimpses of other psychers, the faint brush of the astropath's hymn. She is careful not to drown them, but she cannot help bleeding some of herself into them. They light up. For the first time, the choir is not entirely Tzinchish Dums. In the choir chamber, Ven gasps. "I feel them," he whispers. "They're psychers. They, sweet throne, they are. People." "Do not reach," Halleck says sharply. "You cannot save them. Hold the hymn." "I know," Ven says through gritted teeth. He does not stop feeling. Abeloth reaches the prism. It is old, in the way warp objects are old, not through time as mortals measure it, but through accumulated meaning. It has focused 1,000 rituals. It has drunk sacrifice after sacrifice. It is coded with Tzinch's logic, change layered on change. The fire inside hisses at her. "You do not belong," it whispers. "You are not of this sea." "I am here," she says. "I belong now." It laughs. "You are alone," it says. "You will always be alone. Even if you wrap every heart around you, even if you pour them into yourself, there will remain the space where you end and they begin. That gap is your wound. Let us fill it." She feels the offer. It is simple, terrible. Let go of the boundary. Let chaos erase the line between Abeloth and everything else. Let her become not one lonely tide, but a current in the endless storm. Let Tzinch's pattern dissolve her pattern, replacing it with a grander, broader one. "You will never be alone again," the fire whispers. "You will be us. We will be you. And every mind you touch will be another layer of our game. You need not bear the weight of being single anymore." Abeloth wavers. The choir's null song pushes, erasing. Tzinch's fire beckons, engulfing. Between those pressures, she feels very small. She has been alone for so long. Even in the Maw, with Jedi and Sith periodically visiting to fight her, she was apart. Her attempts to create unity only bred terror. Here, the Imperium fears her. Chaos covets her. The only ones who look at her with something like simple gratitude are people like Mara, motes in a storm. What if I let go, she thinks. If she lets the boundary dissolve, she will no longer ache. She will also no longer be Abeloth. In the choir chamber, Halleck's hymn rises. "By his wounds we are bound," he chants. "By his sacrifice we are kept. We are not one mind but many held in his light." Abeloth hears the words. She feels the astropath's souls holding onto the Astronomican's spear of light. She feels Severina up on the bridge, eyes closed, repeating the litany of absolute judgment. She feels Mara in the hive, whispering a clumsy mix of shrine song and the word mother. She feels choice. The fire inside the prison pulses. "You are tired," it says. "Let go. We will keep singing when you are gone. Your loneliness will end. Your story will be one thread in ours." It shows her visions. In one, she stands as a fifth chaos power beside the four, her form a halo of faces, her realm a plane of endless embrace. Worshippers cut themselves free from individuality to join her mass. The Imperium collapses into a chorus, every soldier shouting her name as they charge. No one is alone. In another, she sees the Imperium as it is now. Billions suffering, praying, dying alone in their hab cells, their cries lost in bureaucratic labyrinths and psychic storms. She could fix that. With Chaos's help, she could break the Imperium's rigid spine, dissolve its fear-based structure, fold everyone into something new. All you have to do is stop insisting on being you, the fire says. She thinks of the pool of knowledge. She remembers stepping into it, thinking she could drink and remain herself, only bigger. She remembers what happened. "No," she says. "The word is small. The impact is not." She grabs the prism, not gently. She wraps her essence around the knot of fire and squeezes, not to crush it. That would be impossible while Tzeentch attends, but to bend it. She takes the choir's null pattern, the fire's dissolving pattern, and threads something else through it. Her loneliness, not as wound but as fact. "You are right," she tells the fire. "I will always be alone, because I am me and they are them. That hurt drove me mad. I will not let it rule me again. I will not erase myself to quiet it. I will carry it, and I will offer connection that does not erase. Your song says destroy distance. Mine says bridge it." She forces that into the prism. The choir screams. In the cages, psychers convulse. Some die, minds burning out as the null pattern fractures. Others wake fully for the first time, sense of self slamming into them like a dropped weight. On the gaze of Wild Truth's bridge, Vorzan staggers as feedback lashes him. "What?" he snarls. The knot of fire flares blue, then white. For a heartbeat, the choir's song becomes something new. Not silence, not Tzeentch's change. A third thing. Abeloth feels it resonate through her web. On Verelia, the dead zones rupture. People who could not feel each other suddenly do. Violently, memories slam into the present. Grudges and love and regret flood in. Some scream, some laugh, some drop to their knees, overwhelmed. In the choir chamber, astropaths cry out. The hymn wavers. Ven feels the new pattern crash into their line. "Hold," he shouts. "Hold. Do not let it replace the Emperor's light." The Astronomican's spear flickers in their inner sight as Abeloth's altered pattern tugs at their senses, promising a different kind of unity. Halix roars the hymn louder. "His is the throne," he cries. "Not hers, not theirs hold." Abeloth holds too. She is in agony. The fire burns her essence, trying to overwrite her. Tzeentch pushes fractal scripts into her, little self-rewriting routines that whisper, "You could be more interesting. You could be more variable. You could be an agent of change rather than of comfort." She bites them. She tears out chunks of herself where they take root. The pain is exquisite. It is, in some ways, worse than the Maw. There, her prison was spatial. Here, it is conceptual. To stop chaos from colonizing her, she must cut away parts of her own being. She does it. She has learned something since the pool. She has learned that survival sometimes means amputation. The prism cracks. Vorzan screams as splinters of warped glass fly in the psychic plane. The choir's song collapses. On the gaze of wild truths, the cages explode. Some physically, metal bursting, bodies liquefying. Some psychically, the psychers inside disintegrating into motes of light that scatter into the warp with little sighs of relieved nothing. The conceptual silence over Varelia evaporates. Abeloth stumbles back. In the choir chamber, the astropaths slump. Some are dead, hearts stop from the strain. Others breathe, chests heaving, minds scorched but intact. Ven clutches the edge of his console. "It's gone," he gasps. "The deadness, the choir, it's broken." Halleck sags. He has never felt so empty and full at once. "What of her?" he whispers. Abeloth's form flickers. For a heartbeat, everyone in the chamber sees something behind her human face. A swirling pattern of eyes, feathers and arms, Tzeentch's fractal sigils blinking on her skin. Then she forces it down. She pulls the warping in, compressing it into a small, writhing knot at the wound Vorzen's spear left. It will not go away. It is contamination, but it is limited. She opens her eyes. They are different. Still grey, but with faint, shifting flecks of colour at the edges, like oil on water. "I hurt," she says. She laughs weakly. "Good," Severina's voice says over Vox. "Then you are still you." Codex note, Xenoform anomaly. Sigma 1, Abeloth, has demonstrated capacity to engage and disrupt high-order chaos sorcerer's constructs, for example, Black Legion Psyker Choir, via direct immaterium pattern manipulation, at cost of partial self-corruption, categorization upgraded to strategic asset conceptual hazard, terror-level theological review pending. Vorzan stands amid the ruin of his choir chamber. Cages hang empty or twisted. Psyker corpses drip from shattered harnesses. The prism at the center lies in shards, each piece showing a different reflection of his face. Tzeentch's presence is a cool weight on his shoulders. "You pushed too hard," the god says. Vorzan snarls. "She bent it," he says. "She took your song and wrote her own verse." "Yes," Tzeentch says. "Interesting, is it not? You did well to provoke such a response. Now we know her limits. Now we know that she will mutilate herself rather than yield. That is valuable information." Vorzan tastes ashes. "My choir is dead," he says. "We will grow another," Tzeentch says. "Change is loss as much as gain. Do not fixate on this instrument. The real work is done. We have left a mark in her. A seed." Vorzan frowns. "A seed?" he asks. "In her wound," the god says. "She cut away much, but not all. She carries now a fragment of our pattern. It will itch. It will whisper. It will show her pathways she would not have seen. Perhaps in time she will follow them, or perhaps she will fight them painfully. Both outcomes are amusing." Vorzan inclines his head. "What now?" he asks. "We shift strategies," Tzeentch says. "We have lost the advantage of silence. Now we will tempt louder. Let the Imperium draw her closer to their throne. Let her see their spider god with her own eyes. Then we will see whether she still thinks his web is kinder than ours." Vorzan smiles slowly. "As you will," he says. He turns to his lieutenants. "Prepare the warp drives," he orders. "We withdraw from puny Varelia, for now. There are other fronts, other games. Let the Inquisition think they have won a reprieve. When next we meet the intruder, it will be on a larger stage. On Varelia, the retreat is noticed only as a slackening of pressure. Auger screens show the gaze of Wild Truth's engines flaring. Warp signatures building. "They're spooling up," Hestek says. "Translation likely imminent. Let them go," Severina says. Holt stares at the projection. "You're not going to chase them?" he asks. "With one cruiser and a wounded anomaly?" Severina says. "I'm not a fool. Vorzan's withdrawal means two things. One, he considers his immediate objective compromised. Two, he has found a more interesting move elsewhere. We must assume he has not lost interest in Abeloth, only postponed his hunt." Holt lets out a slow breath. "So we have a victory," he says. "A reprieve," Severina corrects. "Victory would be his head nailed to your spire. Preferably after a very long drop," Virik mutters. Abeloth stands at the viewing port of the Strategium, looking up at the fading silhouette of the Chaos warship. Her body still aches. Inside, the contaminated wound throbs. She can feel Tzeentch's fragment there, like a splinter of mirror, reflecting strange possible futures. If she lets her attention rest on it, she sees glimpses, herself standing on Terra's walls, burning with colors not of this universe, herself cradling a Black Crusade fleet in her arms, herself hollowed, a mask worn by something else. She looks away. "Will he be back?" Mara asks quietly. "Yes," Abeloth says. "Predators rarely give up after tasting new prey." "You're not prey," Mara says. Abeloth smiles without humor. "In this ocean, everyone is prey," she says. Hallex approaches, leaning heavily on his staff. "You stopped them," he says. "You stopped whatever they were doing to us. People are different now, the ones who survived. Some frightened, some more open. I have heard confessions today unlike any in my decades." "Do they still pray to your emperor?" Abeloth asks. "Yes," Hallex says, "and some to you." Abeloth's eyes flicker. "What do you tell them?" she asks. "The truth," he says. "That you fought for them today, that you are dangerous, that the Emperor's light holds, that you may yet be judged and found wanting. Honest," she says again. "Do you want them to worship you?" he asks abruptly. She considers. "In my old galaxy," she says, "I wanted to be loved. I wanted them to need me so badly they could never leave. Worship was a way to ensure that. It became twisted." Her voice goes softer. "I am trying to not want that anymore." Hallex studies her face. "You are trying," he says. "That is rare." He looks to Severina's hollow. "Inquisitor," he says. "The choir is broken. The Black Legion is withdrawing. The hive is scarred but standing. What now?" Severina looks tired. Her eyes flick to Abeloth. "Now we face the spiritual peril," she says. "Abeloth has absorbed elements of chaos. She has touched our astropathic network and the Astronomicon. She has begun to seed our populace with new patterns of connection. If we leave her here, she will become Verelia's second son." "Would that be so bad?" Mara blurts. Hallex shoots her a warning look. "Child," he says. "No, let her speak," Abeloth says. Mara clenches her fists. "We are already living under one sun that burns us," she says. "The Emperor sends his light, and what do we get? Tithes, guard levies, Arbites shock batons. You say his sacrifice gives meaning to our suffering. Maybe, but we're the ones doing all the suffering. She points at Abeloth, actually did something for us. Right here, right now." Severina's gaze is steady. "And when she asks something in return," she asks, "when she decides she knows better than your confessor, your governor, your emperor, what then?" Mara opens her mouth, then closes it. Abeloth watches her struggle. A part of her warms at the girl's defense. Another part, the one newly scratched by Tzeentch's seed, whispers that this is leverage, that a worshipper this fierce can sway many more, that building a cult would be easy. She puts a mental hand around that whisper and squeezes until it quiets. I do not want your Imperium, she says aloud. I want your hearts. That's worse, Severina says. She sighs. Abeloth, she says, you have earned some trust. Not much, but some. Enough that I will not call for exterminatus today. Enough that I will not order Holt to turn every gun he has on you. Enough that I will ask, not command, this next thing. Abeloth lifts her chin. Ask, she says. Come to Terra, Severina says. Under guard, under ward, under watch. Submit to the Emperor's gaze. Let him judge whether you have a place in his design, or if you must be unmade. I cannot decide this. No one here can. The room holds its breath. Holt stares. You're serious, he says. Completely, Severina says. I have sent an astropathic message already, requesting sanction and guidance. We will not move without at least provisional approval. But the direction is clear. We cannot leave this thing in a backwater hive to grow unchecked. She must stand before the throne. Abeloth feels the golden tug again. The Astronomican's light has always been background noise to her since she arrived. Now, after touching it through the astropaths, it glows brighter in her awareness. It is a current she can follow if she chooses. Terra. The cradle and tomb of this Imperium. She imagines walking its dust, feeling the weight of 10,000 years of faith pressing on her. She imagines standing in a hall before a throne of gold and seeing at last the man-spider whose web tugs at every soul she tries to touch. Fear prickles under her skin. Curiosity burns hotter. What if he kills me? She asks, voice calm. Then you die, Severina says. And the galaxy is safer. You will have done one last great thing for people who did not ask you to. Abeloth laughs softly. You think I would accept that? She asks. I think you might, Severina says quietly, if you truly care more about their loneliness than your own. The words land like another spear. This one does not come from Tzeentch. Abeloth feels something twist inside. Is she willing to die for them? She has killed for them. She has maimed herself for them today. But death, obliteration, falling into whatever void lies beyond this warp and the Force, she does not know. She is not sure anyone ever knows until the moment. If he tries to bind me, she says, if he tries to make me a piece of his web, I will break his hands. Halleck sucks in a breath. Severina's mouth tightens. This is blasphemy beyond measure, Halleck says. It is also honesty, Severina says. Better than a pretty lie. She looks at Abeloth. The Emperor is not a god who asks politely, she says. He is a dying man on a throne of machines, sustained by sacrifice. He commands, we obey. If you walk into his light and survive, nothing in this age will be the same. Abeloth smiles. Is that not already true? She asks. No one can argue. Not honestly. In the days since she arrived, Virilia has changed. People talk not just of tithes and quotas, but of feelings, of not being alone, of a pale woman who bends beams. Her presence has cracked the Imperium's usual narrative in this small corner. Terra would be a larger crack. I will go, Abeloth says at last. Mara makes a strangled noise. You can't, she says. They'll kill you, or chain you. Abeloth cups her cheek. If I stay, she says, chaos will come again. The Black Legion or others. Your Emperor will not be the only spider tugging at my edges. This class cannot be decided here. Mara's throat works. Will you come back? She asks. Abeloth hesitates. I do not know, she says. Mara nods jerkily. Then I'm coming with you, she says. Holt chokes. You are not. She is, Abeloth says. Every eye turns to her. She has already seen me at my worst and still speaks for me, Abeloth says. She knows this hive, this faith, this loneliness. If I am to stand before your throne and be judged as a threat to humanity, I would have at least one human there whose heart I recognize, not just robe hunters and chanting priests. Severina weighs it. On the face of it, it is absurd. A random hab worker accompanying an anomaly to terror. Terror, which hardly ever allows even Inquisitors, without centuries of service, to tread its soil. On the other hand, there is something to it. From a sociological perspective, Ven says slowly, having a common frame of reference in the judgment may matter. The Emperor was once a man among men. He may respond differently to someone who is not sworn, not indoctrinated, not hardened by centuries of war, if he responds at all. Hallex frowns. Mara is faithful, he says, in her own rough way. She may yet be swayed by this creature's presence, but she is not yet lost. Her testimony could add nuance. Holt looks like he swallowed a live rat. She is one worker among billions, he says. Her absence will not break my tithe logs. If this cosmic farce requires a human frame, better it be someone we know, not some random pilgrim from elsewhere. I will sign her passage if the Inquisition clears it. Severina nods. Very well, she says. Mara of Hive Electo, Varelia, you are, from this moment, a witness under inquisitorial custody. You will travel with us to Terra as part of the delegation presenting Abeloth for judgment. You will obey my orders and accept the risks. Do you agree? Mara's heart hammers. She thinks of her hab cell, of welding torches, of ration lines. She thinks of a golden world she has only ever heard of in sermons. Yes, she says. Abeloth squeezes her shoulder gently. Brave child, she murmurs. Foolish child, Hallex says. They might both be right. Sacred intervention comes that night. It is not a thunderbolt. It is a whisper. Hallex is alone in his small cabin aboard the Saint of Scars, kneeling before a tiny shrine plaquette of the Emperor. He has not slept. His joints ache. His throat is raw from hours of chanting. Lord, he whispers, I have preached your truth for 40 years. I have walked among the poor on worlds the High Lords have never heard of. I have watched men die with your name on their lips and others with curses. I have believed that you hear, even when you do not answer. Today, something new has come. I do not know if welcoming it to your throne is obedience or insanity. If I err, let it be in the direction you wish. He lowers his head. Silence hums. Then faintly, his aquila warms. Not physically, in his mind. He sees, not clearly, but like shapes behind thick glass, a vision. A hall of gold. A throne like a machine god's carcass, cables and tubes and skulls. On it, a body, long dead, and somehow not, wrapped in armor and decay. Before the throne, Abeloth. She is smaller here, dwarfed by the scale of the room, her white dress dark against the gold. Her aura flares, Tzeentch fractals writhing, empathy webs buzzing. The Emperor does not move. He does not speak, but light pours from him, not like the harsh spear of the Astronomicon, but like a slow, crushing tide. It presses on Abeloth. It lays bare everything she is, every broken promise, every world she twisted, every child she comforted, every mind she smothered, every choice she made here. Hallex, watching, feels his own soul stripped too, He tries to look away. He cannot. Abeloth straightens. She does not bow. She meets the light. The image wavers. Hallex gasps, clutching his chest. "Lord," he whispers. "What?" A feeling answers. Not words. An impression. Bring her. It is not gentle. It is not warm. It is command. He falls flat, face pressed to the floor, tears leaking from his eyes. "Your will," he whispers. "Your will." When he staggers to the stratagem later, Severina sees the change in his face. "You've seen something," she says. He nods. "The Emperor did not say no," he says. "He did not say destroy her. He showed me judgment and told me without words to bring her." Severina exhales. "Then we are aligned," she says. "I had received an astropathic reply from Terra while you slept. Provisional sanction. They will receive us. They will receive her." Holt swears softly. "I never thought my name would appear on a request docket to Terra," he mutters. "Your name will not," Severina says. "Mine will, as will Abeloth's provisional designation, Sigma 1, and Mara's under Annex." Mara blinks. "Me," she says. "Witness," Severina says. "One of several. Others will be drawn from other worlds soon enough. Terra loves committees." Abeloth stands near the viewport, looking at the warp wound. It is smaller. Her interventions have altered it. The tear has not closed. That is beyond even her. But the edges are smoother. The minor demon leaks have diminished. The wound has stabilized into a scar, a permanent area of weakened reality above Hive Electo, but no longer an open drain. It will haunt Verelia. It will also be a reminder. How long to prepare? Abeloth asks, without turning. 2 days, Severina says. We must repair systems, tend to wounded, and prepare a warp route cleared by the Navis nobility. The journey to Terra is not one we can rush. Abeloth nods. In those days, she says, I would walk your hive. Severina stiffens. Why? She asks. To see what I have touched, Abeloth says. To see what you fear I will change. To say goodbye, perhaps. Severina is about to refuse. Then she stops. You will go under escort, she says. Me, or Malkai, or Hallex, or all three. You will not enter Cogitator cores. You will not touch astropaths again. You will not expand your web. Do you agree? Abeloth smiles sadly. Trying to let me breathe without inhaling too deeply, she says. Yes, Severina says. Agreed, Abeloth says. Then walk, Severina says, and see what you would risk for your new path. They start in the upper levels. Abeloth walks past manufactorum floors, where workers pause mid-task to stare, past administratum offices, where scribes avert their eyes, past Arbite's barracks, where judge guards finger their maws nervously. She does not reach for them. She lets their reactions wash over her without hooks. It is hard. Her nature is to connect. Ven walks beside her, taking notes. Mental pressure, he asks occasionally. Manageable, she says through clenched teeth. Mara walks on her other side, gaze flicking between Abeloth and the people they pass. She sees awe, fear, resentment, curiosity. In a habro, a woman runs up clutching a sick child. Please, the woman begs. Please, my son. He hasn't stopped shaking since the sky broke. The medicae say it is in his mind. You see minds, don't you? Please. Abeloth's hand twitches. She wants to touch. Severina steps between them. No, she says. The entity is not a healer. She healed the skies, the woman cries. Why not my boy? Halix puts a hand on her shoulder. The Emperor hears your plea, he says gently. We have Medicae from the Saint of Scars coming. They will do what they can. This being is not sanctioned to touch individuals. The woman glares through tears. You're afraid she'll show you up, she snaps. Afraid we'll love her more than your throne. Halix flinches. Abeloth feels the words sink like hooks. I could help him, she says softly. Severina looks at her. I know, she says. And then 10,000 mothers would come, and 10 million after that. And every one of them would owe their child's life to you, not to the Emperor, not to the Imperium. Do you understand what that would do? Yes, Abeloth says. It would make me indispensable, she thinks. It would also make me drunk on gratitude again. She steps back. I am sorry, she tells the woman. The woman spits. Then what use are you? She sobs, clutching her child and turning away. Abeloth watches her go. The tinge splinter in her wound whispers that this is a stupid restriction, that she should ignore these insect authorities and take what worship she can. She ignores it. For now. In a lower level, they pass the chamber where the cultists once summoned the Herald of Tsench. It is empty now. Scorch marks on the floor show where the sigil burned. The herald is gone, banished when the choir collapsed, but the stain remains. Abeloth kneels and touches it. A spider of another color weaves here, she says. Chaos, Halix says. Yes, she says. Your 4 mad children. This one, Tsench, Ven supplies. Tsench likes me, she says. He finds me amusing. Can you not simply ignore him? Mara asks. Abeloth laughs. Can you ignore gravity? She asks. He is a current now inside me, small, but there. I can swim across it. I cannot pretend it is not there. Halix looks troubled. What happens when the current pulls harder? He asks. Abeloth does not answer. She does not know. In the chapel of the Endless Martyr, they stop. Halix mounts the pulpit. The chapel is full. Men and women, children and elders, scribes and soldiers. They are bruised by recent events, eyes shadowed, but they have come. Halix raises his hands. Today, he says, we give thanks for deliverance from chaos. The Black Legion came. We still stand. Our souls still belong to the Emperor, not to the Four, not to any stranger. We give thanks to the Saint of Scars, to the Guard, to the PDF, to our Governor. And yes, his voice is rough. We acknowledge that the entity Abeloth intervened. We do not worship her. We do not trust her. But we do not lie. She fought for us. Murmurs ripple. Abeloth stands at the back, shadowed, feeling 100 eyes flick toward her. She is now to be taken before the Golden Throne, Halix continues. The Emperor himself will judge her. This is not our decision. We can only witness. In these days, we must guard our hearts. She will walk among us. She will speak kind words. She may ease some sorrows. But remember, power without obedience is peril. Comfort without sacrifice is false. He meets Abeloth's gaze. Do not give your souls lightly, he says. Abeloth feels no offense. She feels sadness. This is how you love, she murmurs to Mara, with one hand always on the knife. Mara shrugs helplessly. If we don't, she says, someone else holds the knife for us, and that's worse. Abeloth looks up at the icons. Carved saints nailed to walls, martyrs flayed, the Emperor depicted as both suffering and triumphant. She thinks of the vision Halix received. She does not know he had it, not in detail, but she feels the echo of his awe. I will meet him, she says. Her voice is so soft only Mara hears. Maybe, Mara says, He'll understand. Maybe he will try to kill me, Abeloth says. And, Mara asks. And then, Abeloth says, a strange smile on her lips, we will see which of us bleeds first. The tin splinter inside her hums at the thought of that confrontation. She ignores it again. Barely. Aftermath always tastes quieter than battle. In the days before departure, Verelia settles into an uneasy new normal. The warp wound hangs over Hive Electo like a false moon. People learn to ignore it, the way they ignore polluted rain and flickering lights. The dead zones in Abeloth's net are gone, but the memory of them lingers. People shiver when they pass through corridors where for a time they could not feel anyone. The cultist cells are purged, those the Arbites can find. Some are missed. They will become seeds later. Casualty lists are compiled. Names scroll on chapel walls. Names are scratched into hab plating with knives. Holt signs off on compensation chits for families, knowing no money can replace a father, a daughter, a friend. In the astropathic sanctum, new psychers are grafted into the choir to replace the lost. They flinch when they are told they will one day see a stranger god brought before their emperor. In the Strategium, Severina compiles her report. It runs to hundreds of pages, energy readouts, psyker testimonies, picked feeds of Abeloth's actions, theological analysis, threat assessments. At the end, she adds a short personal note. In all my years, she writes, I've not encountered a phenomenon quite like Abeloth. She is neither demon nor simple xenos. Her capabilities are vast, her motives are complex. She is dangerous to the Imperium, not only in her power, but in her appeal to those crushed by unnecessary cruelties. And yet, to destroy her outright without seeking higher judgment would, I believe, be an error. I therefore submit her to the throne's discretion. If I am wrong, may the Emperor correct me. She seals it with her rosette. The message goes on the next astropathic pulse. Ven watches the astropath who carries it. He wonders what it must feel like to send word of such a thing to Terra. He wonders what Terra will send back, besides permission already given. Abeloth spends her last hours on Verelia alone on a rooftop of Hive Electo. Alone, because she asked for it. Alone, because they are testing whether she can endure solitude without reaching. She sits on the edge, legs dangling over the abyss, looking down at the hive lights. She can hear them. She always can now, even when she is careful not to tug. The web is there. A background hum. She feels the splinter in her woundage. She touches it. For a moment, she lets herself see. She sees Verelia in 100 possible futures, dead under exterminatus, flowering under her touch into a community of constant connection, shattered by a black crusade that finds the warp scar irresistible, quietly enduring under increased inquisitorial presence, slowly drifting into a gentle heresy that worships both Emperor and Mother. She sees terror in 1,000 possible futures, crumbling, enduring, exploding, singing. She sees herself burned at the throne. She sees herself kneeling. She sees herself turning away. She pulls back sharply. Enough, she says. She will not live in maybes. She looks up at the warp wound. It glows faintly, a reminder. I will not be your prisoner this time, she tells the sky. The pool of knowledge taught her that love can be chains. Tzeentch's seed teaches her that curiosity can be chains. This emperor will teach her something else, she is sure. She wonders what she will teach him. She rises as the Saint of Scar's boarding horns sound. The pilgrimage is about to begin. The Saint of Scars lifts from Veralia with a long, shuddering roar. From the hive's viewing platforms, she looks like a rising mountain of metal, thrusters cutting a sun-bright wound in the clouds. Macro cannons lie quiet in their armored housings. Her hull is scarred from exchanges with the gaze of wild truths. Fresh welds gleam like silver scars. Abeloth watches from the embarkation deck as the planet drops away. She stands in a circle of guards, arbitrators, stormtroopers, a handful of robed acolytes. Beyond them, a dozen towering figures in bone-white armor wait, helmets carved like screaming angels. The angels penitent have arrived. They were late to Veralia, delayed by warp tides, but in time to see the tail end of the Black Legion's retreat. Now a strike cruiser of their chapter hangs off the Saint of Scars starboard, linked by a web of auspex and oath bands. One of them steps forward. His armor is studded with purity seals, wax and parchment fluttering. A two-handed chainsword rests maglocked to his back. A rosary of skulls hangs at his waist. When he removes his helm, his face is seamed with scars, eyes hard, hair shaved close in penitential pattern. "I am Chaplain Sergeant Acastus, Angel's Penitent," he says. His voice is a gravelled thunder. "My brothers and I are to stand witness and guard on this pilgrimage." Severina Colt inclines her head. She stands slightly in front of Abeloth in a half-circle of officers, rosette at her throat, coat immaculate despite the strain of the last days. "Your presence honors our mission, Chaplain," she says, "and shores up our sanity." He studies Abeloth. His gaze is not curious. It is measuring. "You are the witch," he says. Abeloth inclines her head slightly. "I am Abeloth," she says. "You are not like the warp-spawn we have slain before," he says. "You stand in our hull without burning, speak without howling. That makes you more dangerous, not less." "I've heard that before," she says softly. He nods once, as if that response confirms some private rubric. "My bolter will not hesitate if you turn," he says. "Remember that, and we may travel in uneasy peace." He turns back to Severina. "Your orders, Inquisitor." "Take up position in the shrine decks nearest the anomaly's assigned quarters," she says. "Cycle brothers through watch and prayer. Make sure every corridor between Abeloth and the Geller field generators can be turned into a killing ground if necessary." Acastus bares his teeth in something that is not quite a smile. "As the Emperor wills," he says. He and his squad thunder away down the corridor, boots shaking the decking. Abeloth watches them go. "They sing in their bones," she murmurs. Mara, standing just behind her, looks up. "In a good way?" she asks. "In a loud way," Abeloth says. A vox chime sounds. "Translation to warp in 3 minutes," declares the ship's machine voice. "All hands to station. All souls to prayer." The deck vibrates as massive internal systems spin up. Geller field coils hum deep in the Saint's spine, a bass note that sets teeth on edge. Helix appears at Severina's shoulder. He has changed robes. Fresh black cloth, new wax on his seals, but looks more wrung out than ever. His eyes flicker from Abeloth to Mara to the angels' retreating backs. "It begins," he says. "Did you expect it not to?" Severina asks. "I half hoped the Emperor would strike us down before we left orbit," he says. "A clear sign is easier than a long journey." Severina's mouth quirks. "You got your sign," she says. "It just wasn't the one you wanted." He huffs a breath that is almost a laugh. "True," he says. He turns to Abeloth. "When we enter the warp, you will feel things more strongly," he warns. "The tide's there, Resonate with what you are. Remember, you are inside our shell. You must not press outward. You must not test the Geller field. It is all that stands between our living souls and the teeth of your kind. I am not of your four, Abeloth says. Teeth are teeth, Alex says. Do you agree? Abeloth looks past him, through metal and armor and flesh, at the shape of the warp waiting. I agree, she says. For now, she thinks. For now, Alex echoes softly. He is not a psyker. He cannot read her mind, but he knows the way temptation phrases itself. Severina gestures. Escort them to quarters, she tells Malkai. Abeloth, you will be warded, but not chained. Mara, you will remain under guard at all times. There will be no unsupervised contact with crew. Ven will brief you on the warp protocols. Chaplain Acastus will rotate his brothers through your corridor. We move under constant watch. Mara nods. Her stomach twists. She looks one last time at the bulkhead where the embarkation ramp closed, imagining her hive on the other side, her family somewhere within it. She says a quick, clumsy prayer that they will still be alive when she returns. If she returns. Goodbye, she whispers. Abeloth hears it. She places a hand briefly over Mara's heart. We are not done, she says. Translation in 60 seconds, the ship's voice intones. The lights dim. Alarms flick once, then fall silent. Everything holds its breath. The warp is not a place. It is a condition of being. The Saint of Scars slips into it like a knife through water, its Geller field flaring as a bubble of forced reality around it. Outside that bubble, the ocean screams. Mara feels it only as a queasy lurch and a sense of pressure, like being deep underwater. Her ears pop. The Medici adept assigned to their section presses a low leaf under her nose. The sharp scent steadies her. Abeloth feels more. For a moment, as the warp envelops the ship, she is everywhere. Currents of raw thought and emotion crash against the Geller field. Demon shapes rear and gnash, frustrated by the protected shell. The Astronomican spear of light cuts through the madness, a fixed point amid chaos. Abeloth's essence reaches toward that light. She stops herself. Her form shudders. Inside the warded cabin assigned to her, pick saints glow. Aquilars hang from every bulkhead. Rune plates pulse. The Geller field's hum is louder here, reinforced by layers of hexagrammatic script. She stands in the center of the ward circle, hands clenched. Mara grips the edge of a bolted-down bunk, knuckles white. Ven sits cross-legged near the door, eyes half-closed, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead as he monitors the warp's mood through his implants. The field holds, he says. So far. Abeloth laughs softly. So far, she repeats. You are honest people, for liars. Mara manages a strained smile. We live in a universe where things go wrong a lot, she says. You learn not to jinx it. Jinx, Abeloth repeats. Cursed by expectation. Interesting. She looks at Ven. You see him from here, she says. The Emperor's beacon? He asks. Yes. The Astronomican is very bright along this route. Terror is not far by warp standards. And you never question it, she asks. The light that drags your souls, that pins your roots. Question, Ven says. Of course we question. Every psyker I have ever met has at some point screamed, why, into that light. But questioning does not mean rejecting. We ask. He does not answer directly. We draw conclusions. And if your conclusions are wrong, she asks. Then we die, he says simply. And he finds someone else. Mara shivers. That's cold, she says. It is war, Ben says. Abeloth runs fingers along the air, touching the inner surface of the Geller bubble. It feels like glass warmed by human hands. Beyond it, the warp presses. She can hear the four great powers louder now. Khorne's constant roar, Nurgle's bubbling chuckle, Slaanesh's sigh, Tzeentch's amused murmur. Their attention brushes her like the gaze of storms on a drifting boat. The Tzeentch splinter in her wound flares. Come play, it whispers. It is easier out here. No shells, no rules. She ignores it. She curls in on herself instead, accepting the Geller field as a wall, not a cage. It is a strange feeling. She has broken so many cages. Now she chooses to sit inside one. The voyage settles into a rhythm. On the second day in the warp, Mara discovers that space on a war cruiser feels smaller than any hive. The corridors are narrow, filled with pipelines and cable bundles. Everywhere she turns, there are icons, purity seals, skull motifs. The air smells of oil, incense, recycled sweat. She spends her time between Abeloth's warded cabin, the tiny cell assigned to her, and the ship's chapel. The chapel is a long, narrow space stuffed into a former torpedo magazine. The ceiling is low, the walls are lined with reliquary shrines. A crude but sincere altar rises at the far end, bearing a small golden replica of the throne. Helix is often there, sometimes preaching, sometimes listening to confessions, sometimes just sitting, lips moving silently. On the third day, Mara finds him alone, staring at the altar. She hesitates, then sits beside him. "Father?" she says. He glances at her. "I am not a father," he says. "I am a confessor." "That sounds like father to me," she says. He huffs. "What troubles you?" he asks. "The same thing that troubles you, I think," she says. "Abeloth, Terra, him." She nods toward the little throne. Halleck sighs. "Speak," he says. Mara plays with a loose thread on her sleeve. "You've given your whole life to this," she says. "To him, to telling people that their suffering matters, that it will mean something, that he sees them. Abeloth." She hesitates on the name as if saying it, in this place, is bad luck. She says we're in cages made of fear, that he's the spider at the center, that he keeps us for himself. "And you find her persuasive," Halleck says. "I find what she did persuasive," Mara says. "On Virelia, in the wastes, the choir, whatever that was, I could feel her trying to keep us from falling apart. For us, not for some throne. She stayed, even when it hurt her. Can you blame people for liking her?" "No," Halleck says quietly. "I cannot." "Then why do you fight so hard against her?" Mara asks. He looks at the altar. "Because I have seen too many pretty lies," he says. "Chaos always comes dressed in comfort, in easy answers. Why suffer alone?" it asks. "Join us, and your pain will be shared, your burdens lightened. Then you wake up one day and realize you have no self left, no choice, only a chant in someone else's mouth." "Is that what you think she is?" Mara asks. "Chaos?" He thinks of the Tzeentch fractals he glimpsed writhing on Abeloth's skin in the vision, of the way she almost drowned in Vorzen's offer, of the way she cut herself to refuse it. "I think," he says slowly, "that she has been chaos adjacent for a long time, in a different sea. And now our chaos has tasted her. It is in her. She fights it. That fight is admirable. It may not be enough." Mara bites her lip. "And him," she asks. "Is he not like that? He asks us to give everything, even our children sometimes. My sister went to the guard. My mother," her voice cracks. He never answered our prayers about that. Why is his ask different from hers? Alex's face creases. He has no glib answer. I do not know if it is, he says. Not in simple terms. The Emperor asks everything, so does she. The difference is, he is already nailed down. He does not change. She does. Chaos does. With him, at least, the web is known, and we can choose to step into it or not. With her, the web is still being woven while we hang in it. Mara frowns. That sounds like an excuse, she says. It might be, he says. I am an old man, Mara. My faith is worn in places. But I know this. When I pray to him, I do not feel myself dissolve. I feel it clarified, focused. When she touches me, I feel vast. I feel warm. I also feel on the edge of disappearing. That is the difference for me. She considers that. Maybe for other people, their selves are so beaten down that disappearing feels good, she says softly. Yes, he says. And that is why she is so dangerous. He looks at her. And why you must be honest when you stand before the throne with her, he says. Do not flatter him. Do not flatter her. Say what you feel, even if it is ugly. Her eyes widen. Isn't that blasphemy? She asks. Honest blasphemy is closer to prayer than rote flattery, he says. If he truly is who we say he is, he does not need us to lie for him. She lets that settle. Do you think he'll kill her? She asks. He looks at the altar. I have no idea, he says. It is the truest thing he has said all day. In the Medicaid deck, Abeloth watches surgeons at work. She does not interfere. That is the rule. She stands in the observation gallery, hands clasped, as Medici adepts with augmetic arms and mask faces cut into a guardsman's chest. Auto-sutures hiss, flesh knits. A servitor circulates with fresh blood. The guardsman's fear washes up against the ward runes like waves on a seawall. Abeloth feels it and cannot touch. It is maddening. Ben stands beside her, watching the same scene with professional detachment. Why are you here? She asks. I find the Medicaid decks clarifying, he says. Here, there is no doctrine, only bodies that work or don't, hearts that beat or fail, minds we can save or not. It reminds me that for all our talk of souls and gods, we are meat in metal tubes. She smiles faintly. Morbid, she says. Honest, he says. She nods toward the guardsman. He will live, she says. Yes, Ben says. For now. And then he will be sent to another war, she says, to bleed again, until he dies in a ditch, and his name becomes a line in a ledger. Does that not strike you as wasteful? Yes, Ben says, and necessary. You use that word a lot, she says. Necessary, as if it absolves you. It doesn't, he says. It just describes reality. Chaos is always pressing. Xenos threaten. Our own people break. We cannot protect everyone. We choose where to bleed. If we did not, the bleeding would be worse. You cannot know that, she says. He looks at her. No, he says. We cannot. We choose anyway. That is what it means to be us. You think I do not know choice? She asks, a sharp edge in her voice. I think your power makes your choices different, he says. When you choose to intervene, thousands live or die. When I choose, maybe a dozen. You can reshape worlds with a gesture. I can only whisper into a few minds. The scale matters. Is my responsibility greater then? She asks. Yes, he says. She falls silent. She had come here expecting to feel superior. She leaves feeling heavier. On the 5th day in the warp, the mirror foe comes. It announces itself as a tremor in the Geller field. Hestek's machine chant breaks mid-verse. External anomaly, he croaks over the bridge vox. Warp density spike ahead of us. Pattern does not match known demonic signatures. It is an emptiness, a hole in the tides. On the tactical hololith, a dark ovoid blossoms ahead of the Saint of Scars' projected path. The warp around it twists, currents bending as if flowing around a rock. Severina leans forward. "Translate it," she orders. Ven, eyes closed, reaches. He touches the ovoid with his mind. He recoils. His nose bleeds. "It is," he gasps. "It has no flavor, no rage, no lust, no rot, no change. It is like a blank, but wrong. Not the human null's absence. Something larger, older. An idea that severed itself from everything. It is quiet." Abeloth feels it too. From her cabin, through the wards, through the hum of the Geller field, she senses the ovoid. It is silence. Not the imposed silence of Vozan's choir. Not the cutting silence of chaos. This is self-chosen. A vast region of the warp where nothing touches anything else. It is familiar. Her wound, where the choir's anti-pattern bit into her, throbs in sympathy. She realizes, with a slow, cold understanding, that this thing grew from that wound. From her refusal to be erased and Chaos's attempt to do just that, a third possibility budded in the warp. A concept of absolute separation, elevated. The mirror foe is born of her and against her. It moves. The ovoid glides through the warp like a bubble of oil in water, sliding toward the Saint of Scars. The warp around it calms, demons fleeing, current smoothing. Impact in 70 seconds, Hestek says. It is ignoring our presence. No, that is inaccurate. It is not perceiving us. To it, we are background. Can we alter course? Severina asks. Warp tides are bending, Hestek says. We can try, but it is as if space itself is being discouraged from letting us move aside. We may clip its edge. Geller field status, she snaps. Stable, he says. For now. She opens a channel. Abeloth, she says. Report. In the cabin, Abeloth is already on her knees. Not in supplication. In reaction. The mirror foe's presence strips away her peripheral awareness. Her web across the ship falls silent. The hearts she could sense become distant points. The Tzinch splinter in her wound shrieks and then goes blessedly, terrifyingly quiet. She feels alone, truly alone. No background hum of sentient thought, no tug of chaos, no Emperor's light. Just herself. I feel it, she says through clenched teeth. What have you done? Nothing, Severina says. We are encountering a warp anomaly. Profile is similar to the choir's dead zones, but larger. Does it target you? Yes, Abeloth says. She laughs, a short, harsh sound. Of course it does, she says. It is my shadow. The ovoid intersects the Geller field. For a heartbeat, everything goes quiet. Alarms cut off. Engines fall silent. The hum of the field stops. The Saint of Scars exists in a bubble of total sensory deprivation. Everyone on board hears their own heartbeat, their own breath, and nothing else. Mara's hands claw at the air. Abeloth, she gasps, suddenly sure the being is gone hot. No answer. Then sound returns in a crash. Alarms wail. The Geller field hums even louder than before, straining. The warp outside seethes as if offended. On the bridge, Hestek rattles off data. Field integrity at 85%, he says. Contact with anomaly was partial. It is now, attached to our leading edge. Yes, he says, like a remora on a void whale. Ven wipes blood from his lip. It is not demonic, he says. It does not gnash or tempt. It observes. No, that's wrong. It denies observation. It is what you would get if you took Abeloth's hunger and inverted it. Instead of needing connection, it needs separation. It is a godlet of isolation. Born from? Alexa asks. Ven's gaze flicks toward Abeloth's cabin. He does not answer. He does not need to. Abeloth feels the mirror foe probe the Geller field. It presses, not with force, but with negation. Wherever it touches, the warp's usual madness quiets. The field is not being attacked. It is being ignored. And with every brush, Abeloth feels less of others, less of herself. It is as if the edges of her being are being sanded down, rounded, made indistinct. A whisper rises from the ovoid. It is not a voice in the usual sense. It is a change in definitions. Loneliness is not your wound, it says. Loneliness is your addiction. You cling to it to justify your violations. To fix it, you do not need to drown the universe in yourself. You need to stop feeling. You need to sever. Abeloth snarls. She tries to reach toward it. Her awareness slides off. Inside the ovoid, there is no hook for her to catch. It is pure, chosen isolation, a region of the warp where the concept of touch has been edited out. You are my flaw made pure, it says. You are the yearning to escape solitude by merging. I am the acceptance of solitude as the only ethical state. No hurt if nothing touches anything. It offers her a vision. In it, the universe is the same physically. Stars burn. Worlds turn. People live and die. But in the warp, there is no bleed. No demons. No gods. No empathy. Every consciousness is an island sealed. No one can hurt anyone psychically. No chaos. No Abeloth. Just silence. Even the Emperor's beacon is gone in this vision. She recoils. That is death, she spits. It is peace, the mirror foe says. Mara feels nothing of this exchange. She only sees Abeloth stagger, hands clenching on empty air. Talk to me, Mara says, frightened. What is it doing? It is suggesting surgery, Abeloth says. Her laugh is bitter. It thinks the only way to stop me hurting you is to cut out my ability to feel anything at all, and yours. That sounds like what the Mechanicus does to servitors, Mara says, horrified. Yes, Abeloth says, on a cosmic scale. Severina's voice cuts in. Can you push it off us? She asks. Our Geller field is under strain. If it undermines the warp pressure differential, demons may slip through where it passes. I cannot touch it, Abeloth says. It has no edges I can read. You can't connect to it at all, Mara asks. No, Abeloth says. The word tastes wrong in her mouth. She has never met anything she could not, in some way, nudge. The cinch splinter twitches. Change it, it whispers. If you cannot reach it, change you. Become sharper. Become less like yourself. She ignores that too. Then what does it want? Severina asks. It wants to accept its creed, Abeloth says. To stop trying. To stop touching. To accept that the only ethical act is withdrawal. It is a mirror of my fear. I have always been afraid that, to truly be safe for others, I must cease to exist. It offers that as salvation. Severina is silent for a moment. That is seductive, she says quietly. Alex looks at her in surprise. She shrugs. Do you think I never wished I could just stop feeling the weight of everyone's sins? She says. That I never thought, if I were a stone, nothing would hurt, and I would hurt no one. That is what your mirror offers, is it not? Yes, Abeloth says. For everyone. For everything. Unacceptable, Hestek says flatly. The machine god demands interaction. Data flows. Without touch, there is no information. Without information, there is no meaning. For once, I agree with the cog, Virik mutters over a side channel. The ovoid presses closer. The Geller field flares, runes pulsing. Integrity at 70%, Hestek says. We cannot sustain this contact indefinitely. Can we shoot it? Holt's exasperated voice crackles from a remote circuit. He is still on Virelia, receiving updates through a time-lagged channel, but old habits die hard. In warp, Severina says, we can adjust field harmonics, but firing physical weapons at a conceptual anomaly is unlikely to help. I can try, Abeloth says. How? Severina asks. You said you could not touch it. I cannot touch it as I am, Abeloth says, but I can refuse it. I can declare in the warp that its definition of ethical is false. It may not push it away, but it might force a divergence. That sounds like theology, not physics, Hestek says uneasily. In this ocean, they are the same, Abeloth says. Ven nods slowly. She is right, he says. The warp is shaped by belief and narrative. If this entity is a story about isolation, we can counter it with a story about connection that is not violation. Helix swallows. You want me to preach at the Godlet, he says. Yes, Ven says. You have been doing that all your life with lesser entities. This is just bigger. Severina's jaw sets. Then we do it, she says. Abeloth, we will support you. Hallex, assemble what souls you can. Chant a counter creed, not one that says be one mind. One that says stand apart and still choose to reach. Let the Emperor's light define connection, not this thing's absence or Abeloth's hunger alone. Hallex closes his eyes. He has prayed for many strange things. This is stranger. He moves, robe flapping, heading for the nearest ship-wide Vox station. Within minutes, the Saint of Scars echoes with a new hymn. It is not a standard one. Hallex makes it up as he goes, drawing on old lines, splicing them. Alone we are born, alone we will die, his voice rings. Between those moments, we are given others. We are not gods. We are not swarms. We are hands reaching across voids. We may fail, we may harm, we may falter, but we reach. By his light, we see each other. By his wounds, we are not one flesh, but one fellowship. The words feel clumsy to him. He is used to cleaner doctrine. They are honest. Crewmen pause at their stations listening. Some join in. Others scoff. Enough voices rise to make a chorus. Abeloth hears it. She takes it into herself, weaving it around her wound like a bandage. She steps in the warp toward the ovoid. She cannot penetrate it. She cannot hook it. But she can stand at its edge and declare something. She gathers her hunger, her memories of drowning in solitude, her joy at feeling Mara's hand in hers, her ache at not touching the sick child in the hive. She takes Hallex's awkward hymn and Severina's ruthless duty and Virik's simple determination to protect his soldiers and Ven's clear-eyed fear. She shapes them into a statement. I will not stop feeling, she says. The words roll into the warp like a shockwave. I will not stop reaching, she says. I will not drown others to ease my ache. I will not cut myself out of the sea to stop the ache. I will stand in the ache. I will bear it. I will let it hurt. And I will offer connection that can be refused. The ovoid ripples. For the first time, something like an edge appears, a faint line where its absolute denial of contact falters. Abeloth lunges, not to invade, to wedge. She jams that line full of the idea of refusal. You say no one should touch anything, she says. I say each should be able to say yes or no. Your absolute is cruelty disguised as peace. The ovoid shudders. A crack appears. From that crack, not demons, not fire, but light spills, a pale, thin beam that carries no command, no warmth, no cold, just possibility. The warp current diverts. The ovoid drifts. It slides along the Geller field's edge, then, slowly, peels away, carried by a slightly altered tide. Hestek's displays stabilize. Field integrity rising, he says. The anomaly is sliding off. We remain on course. Ven gasps. It is withdrawing, he says. Not destroyed, changed. It goes to elsewhere. Can it come back? Severina asks. Yes, Abeloth says. But now it knows it is not the only way. Mara exhales a breath she did not know she held. So we won, she says. For now, Severina says. As if on cue, something else happens. The Astronomican's light flares. It has been a constant spear in the warp, a fixed reference. Now for a heartbeat, it brightens to harsh, overwhelming brilliance. Everyone sensitive to it flinches. Astropaths cry out. Ven clutches his head. Abeloth reels. The Emperor's presence slams into her like a solid wall. It is not the mild, distant tug she has felt since arriving in this universe. It is focused, heavy, intentional. He sees her. He sees what she just did. He sees the mirror foe, the ovoid of isolation. He sees the risk of letting such conceptual entities breed in the warp unsupervised. She feels a word without sound push into her. Come. It is different from Tzeentch's coaxing, from the mirror foe's suggestion, from Chaos's taunts. It is command but not compulsion. She could resist. She knows she could. But in the face of that light, resisting feels like turning away from the only honest judgment she will ever get. She bows her head. I am coming, she whispers. The Astronomican's flare recedes to its usual brightness. The warp howls on. On the bridge, Severina straightens. Did you feel that? She asks. Yes, Ven whispers. Hallex nods, eyes wide. Hestek shakes his head. His mind is too mechanized to catch such subtleties. The Emperor has noticed, Severina says. We will not be allowed many more digressions. Reach the throne, he says in his way. So we will. Terror appears out of the warp like a revelation. First Soul, a small yellow star surrounded by an absurd density of metal. Defense platforms, shipyards, asteroid fortresses, a ring of orbital habs, battle stations, and void mines. The Saint of Scars slips into real space at the extreme edge of the system, immediately hailed by a wall of Vox challenges and Auspex pings. Identity and purpose, booms a voice from an orbital bastion. You enter the Holy Soul system. State your letters of passage. Hestek transmits the codes. Inquisitorial ciphers ride the Vox waves. Rosette seals burn in machine sight. A pause. Saint of Scars, the Bastion replies. Your passage is acknowledged under Inquisitorial Override Beta Malleus. Your declared cargo, a slight crackle, is noted. Deviate from your authorized route, and you will be annihilated. Comforting, Virik mutters. Approach takes hours. As they draw closer, terror swells in the viewport. A brown-grey ball swathed in toxic clouds, caged in orbital rings and shield lattices. A single massive continent dominates the visible hemisphere, its landmass scarred by mountain ranges and megastructures. At the center of that continent, The Imperial Palace glitters. It is not one building. It is a continent-sized complex of walls, towers, cathedrals, manufactoria, starports, and fortresses. The Himalayan mountains are carved into buttresses and spires. The palace's golden roofs catch Saul's light, throwing it back into space in arrogant beams. Mara presses her face to the viewport glass. That's, she stammers. Terror, Alex says softly. There is awe in his voice, and sorrow. Where it began, where it broke, where it endures. Abeloth watches too. She feels the warp around the planet. It is a knot. The Emperor's presence is strongest here, a dense ball of light in the warp sea. It warps currents like a singularity. Around it, the thoughts of billions swirl. Prayers, screams, bureaucratic mutters, chants. The palace is both lighthouse and drain. She feels the Astronomican's beam originate from the throne, stabbing out into the galaxy. She also feels the river of souls flowing in. So many dead, so much sacrifice. She remembers calling the Emperor a spider. Seeing this, she revises the metaphor. He is not a spider. He is a black hole wrapped in gold. Destination: Palace Hangar 77 Alpha. Hestek reports. We will dock under direct custodian supervision. He does not hide the edge in his voice when he says custodian. The Adeptus Custodes are not like other warriors. They are the Emperor's personal guard, each a demigod in golden plate, eyes and blades sharp as doctrine. They do not answer to Inquisitors. They answer only to him. The Saint of Scars glides under the palace's shield shell, through vast traffic corridors, past Vox relays and defense lasers that could gut a battleship. She slips into a cavernous hangar whose ceiling is lost in shadow, whose floor is polished blackstone inlaid with gold. The boarding ramp lowers. Heat and incense roll in. Severina stands at the top of the ramp, flanked by Malkai, Halix, Ven, and Acastus. Behind them, Abeloth. Behind her, Angels Penitent, Stormtroopers, Acolytes. Mara stands to one side, hands trembling. Remember, Severina murmurs, no sudden movements, no unsanctioned speech. Abeloth, you speak only when addressed. Mara, you do not speak at all unless I explicitly permit it. Everyone else, keep your thoughts as clean as you can. That last one may be difficult, Varric says quietly. He is not descending. He remains with the ship. Severina snorts. Do your best, she says. They walk. The hangar's air is cool, dry, tinged with the faint smell of oil and incense. At the bottom of the ramp, a reception line waits. At its center stand the Custodes. They are giants. Taller than Astartes, broader, more controlled. Their armor is gold, chased with black and red, crested with plumes. Each carries a guardian spear, its blade humming softly. Their presence presses on the senses. Abeloth feels their minds as controlled furnaces. Blazing devotion, tightly banked. Their souls are odd. Not like regular humans. Not like Astartes. Something in their making folded them differently. They are closer to demigods, fragile compared to her, but potent. Flanking them stand ranks of Sisters of Silence. Blanks. Nulls. Their psychic absence hits Abeloth like a physical blow. The Sisters wear muted bronze armor, their faces hidden behind smooth masks. No hair escapes their helmets. No voice will issue from their sealed lips. Where they stand, the warp recoils. Abeloth staggers. Mara feels it too, in a lesser way, a queer, hollow feeling, like a vacuum in the air. Steady, Severina murmurs. Abeloth forces herself upright. The custodian at the center steps forward. His helmet bears a red plume. His face is unscarred, ageless, eyes like amber glass. His expression is neither welcoming nor hostile. "Inquisitor Severina Cult," he says. His voice is deep and perfectly controlled. "You stand in the shadow of the Golden Throne. Your petition has been received. Your cargo is novel." Abeloth feels his gaze on her. It is not curious. It is evaluative, like Acastus's, but sharper, as if he is measuring not only her threat but her place in structures she cannot see. "I am Tribune Valerian, Captain of the Inner Watch," he says. "By decree of the Captain General, you and your contingent are granted limited ingress to the palace for the purpose of presenting the entity designated Sigma 1 for judgment. You will go no farther than you are led. You will touch nothing without leave. You will accept any injunctions made by the Silent Sisterhood without argument." Severina inclines her head. "We are honored, Tribune," she says. He looks at Abeloth again. "And you," he says. "Xenoform Anomaly Sigma 1. You stand where very few things not of man have ever stood. Take care. The palace does not forgive easily." Abeloth smiles faintly. "I'm Abeloth," she says, "and I have been forgiven even less easily elsewhere." A faint flicker touches the corner of Valerian's mouth. Whether it is amusement or irritation, Mara cannot tell. "Custodians," he says. "Form." The golden giants shift, falling into a loose escort formation. The Sisters of Silence move as well, encircling Abeloth at a distance. Their null auras bite into her like cold. She feels her empathic senses shrivel where their fields overlap. Her web is pushed back, compressed. She cannot feel Mara behind her. She cannot sense Severina's steel or Halix's prayer. She is, for the first time since the mirror foe, almost entirely cut off. Only the Emperor's light, distant but overpowering, still touches her. She shivers. "Move," Valerian says. They do. The path to the throne is through cathedrals. They walk beneath arches carved with 10,000 saints and 10 million skulls. They pass frescoes of the Great Crusade, the Horus Heresy, the Siege. They cross bridges over dizzying drops into Manufactoria-lit depths. Every surface is covered with iconography, aquilars, haloed skulls, statues of space marines, stylized images of the Emperor. Mara's neck aches from craning up. "It's," she whispers. "Overwhelming," Halix supplies softly. She nods. "It is supposed to be," he says. "You are meant to feel small, to understand that your life is a brushstroke in a painting so vast you'll never see its edges." "Do you like that?" she asks. He looks around. "Sometimes," he says. "Sometimes it feels like a lie we have to tell ourselves to endure the horrors we inflict and suffer. Sometimes it feels like the only way to make sense of them." Abeloth says nothing. She absorbs the place. The palace is a physical manifestation of a psyche. It is grandiose, fearful, rigid, ornate. It is trying to tell a story about a god emperor who is always right, always victorious, always central. She feels the tension between that story and the reality of a corpse on a machine. In one gallery, they pass a line of scarred veterans kneeling before a reliquary that allegedly holds a finger bone of Saint Celestine. Their eyes are closed. Their lips move. Abeloth feels nothing from them. The sisters' null field still cut her senses. She cannot taste their faith. It is jarring. Severina glances back at her. "This hurts you," she says quietly. "Yes," Abeloth says. "Your blanks are effective. That is why they walk with the Emperor's guard," Severina says. "And why they walk with us now. You will not charm anyone with your touch here." Abeloth's smile is thin. I am too busy trying not to scream, she says. They walk on. At last, they come to a gate. It is not the outer eternity gate that is miles away, but an inner portal, smaller only in relative terms. It rises 50 meters high, carved with images of the Emperor on campaign, of his Primarch's bending knee, of Horus falling. Before it hangs a curtain of golden chains. On each chain hangs a skull. Abeloth recognizes the feeling of the place beyond as a pressure on her essence. The throne. Balerion halts. This is as far as most will go, he says. Beyond this, only those summoned may pass. He turns to Severina. Your petition has been reviewed by the High Lord's proxies, he says. The Emperor's own household has reserved judgment. The entity will be brought before him. You, Inquisitor, and you, Confessor Helix, may accompany her as doctrinal witnesses. One Psyker liaison, Astropath Ven, and the human witness, Mara. All others remain here. Acastus bristles. My chapter was summoned to guard, he begins. And you will guard them here, Valerian says. The presence of Astartes in the throne's shadow is tolerated but not welcomed. This is not your ground, chaplain. Acastus bares his teeth, then bows stiffly. As you say, he cries out. Mara's heart leaps. She had expected to be left in some side chapel while others went on. Now she will walk in. Her knees threaten to buckle. Breathe, Severina murmurs. If you fall forward. Halix touches his aquila to his lips. Emperor, guide our words, he whispers. Ven swallows hard. I never thought I'd see, he says, then falls silent. Valerian strikes his spear butt on the floor. The chains part. Beyond them, a vast hall stretches into dimness. They step through. The throne room is not designed for human comfort. It is a machine cathedral, a hollow antechamber to the apex of the Imperium's myth. The ceiling is lost in darkness. The walls are lined with gigantic statues of Imperial heroes and saints, many of whom would not recognize what the Imperium has become. Servo skulls drift, carrying incense burners. Choirs of the Adeptus Custodes' own chanters chant wordless hymns somewhere in the vaults above. At the far end of the hall, the golden throne rises. It is monstrous. Cables, tubes, and conduits snake into it from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Souls flicker in the machinery, bound servitors whose minds are long gone. The throne's back rises like a jagged mountain of gold and bone. On it sits the Emperor. He is a desiccated corpse. Armor wraps his form, but the flesh inside is dried, blackened. His eyes are empty sockets. His mouth is a grim line. Light seethes around him, pouring from the throne's mechanisms, forming a corona. Abeloth has seen gods. She has seen avatars, spirits, world souls. This is something else. This is a god made of a dead man and 10,000 years of belief. The warp around the throne is a hurricane. The Astronomican's beam punches up from his chest. The river of souls flows into the machinery at his back. Abeloth feels the pull on every mind she has touched. She walks forward. The sisters fall back to the edges of the hall, forming a silent ring. Their null fields still bite, but here, near the throne, the Emperor's radiance overpowers even them. The warp presses in, bright, burning. Severina stops at the foot of the steps leading up to the throne platform. She kneels. Halix kneels beside her, forehead touching the floor. Ven drops to one knee, breathing hard. Mara hesitates, then kneels awkwardly. Abeloth does not kneel. She stops a few meters behind Severina, chin lifted, eyes on the corpse god. Valerian watches her carefully. A custodes could kill her here. Perhaps. Perhaps not. She feels his readiness like a weight. "Entity Abeloth," Severina says, voice echoing in the vastness. "In the presence of the master of mankind, you stand for judgment. You have disrupted Chaos's engines, saved Imperial lives, and destabilized Imperial faith. You have resisted some temptations and offered others. By my authority, I submit you to his." Her words dissolve in the hum. The Emperor does not move. The light around him intensifies. Abeloth feels it. It cuts through the Tzeentch splinter like a scalpel, outlining it. It illuminates every scar in her essence, every lie she has told herself, every rationalization, every moment of genuine compassion. She feels seen, not just noticed, seen. In the warp, she and the Emperor meet, not as equals. His presence is vast, a mountain compared to her ocean. But she is not a pebble. She is a tide pressing against the mountain. He shows her. Images crash through her. She sees the birth of the Imperium, the Great Crusade, worlds being brought to heel, some in liberation, some in conquest. She sees Horus's rebellion, the siege, the betrayal. She feels the knife in the Emperor's side. She feels the moment he chose to sit on the throne rather than abandon humanity to chaos. She feels the weight of 10,000 years. Every day, 1,000 psychers die to feed the Astronomicon. Every day, billions suffer in his name. She feels the logic. If he did not do this, chaos would win. If he stopped now, the warp would fold in, devouring uncountable souls. She feels the horror. He shows her the alternative. A galaxy where he never took the throne, where chaos swept across worlds unopposed, where humanity is a broken, scattered remnant, each soul devoured by daemons. He does not show her any scenario where she helps. She shows him, the more, her service to the ones, her betrayal, her long imprisonment, the loneliness, the madness, the joy of connection twisted into control. She shows him Virelia, the choir, the mirror foe. She shows him her refusal of Tzeentch's offer. She shows him Mara's hand in hers. She does not hide. She cannot. His gaze is too bright. He sees everything. He weighs. Abeloth feels something she has never felt from a god before. Respect. Not much. A sliver. But it is there. "You are not of this sea," his presence says. "You have brought another tide. You have hurt and helped. You are both poison and medicine. You could become a fifth wound in the warp, or a patch on the existing ones. You are not mine. You are not theirs. You are possible." His voice is different from any other. It does not flatter. It does not seduce. It states. She realizes something else. He is in pain, constant, grinding pain. The throne burns him. The sacrifices burn him. His mind is scattered across the Astronomicon, across the Golden Throne's machinery, across the battlefields of the war where he wrestles with the Four. He is not the omnipotent, serene god Helix preaches. He is a crippled titan dragging a fortress by his teeth. "You suffer," Abeloth whispers. Her actual voice is soft. The hall's acoustics carry it. Hallex flinches. Blasphemy. Valerian's grip tightens on his spear. The Emperor's light does not dim. He does not answer. He does not deny. She feels a question in him. Not, "Do you pity me?" Not, "Do you love me?" A heavier one. "What will you do with what you see?" She thinks. She could call him a monster. She could call him a martyr. He is both. She laughs, a short, incredulous sound. I thought I was alone in making cruel choices for love, she says. You make mine look like children's tantrums. Her words echo. Hallex wants to sink into the floor. Valerian does not move. The Emperor does not react. His light presses. Choice. He does not speak the three paths. He does not need to. Abeloth feels them unfold in her mind like strata. Return. Free agent. Sanctioned servant. She sees each. Return. She could leave this universe, find or force a way back to her own galaxy, or another sea entirely. Memory of this place would fade over time, eaten by the tides. She would be alone again, but unentangled. Reagent. She could remain, unbound by either Emperor or Chaos, a wild card in the galaxy, touching where she wished, barred from terror but rampant elsewhere. The Imperium would hunt her. Chaos would court her. She would cause great wonders and greater disasters. Sanctioned servant. She could accept some form of binding to the Emperor's will, limited in scope, given tasks, given boundaries. She would lose autonomy. She would gain direction. He does not push one over the others. He simply shows her the costs. If you return, his presence says, I will not stop you. You will take with you a seed of this warp. You may birth horrors elsewhere. You may also leave this sea quieter. If you remain free, I will oppose you when necessary. I will tolerate you when we align. You will spill much blood. You will save many. You will never know if you were more help or harm. If you serve, I will use you. I will trap you in tasks and tethers. I will limit your reach. I will allow you to knit where I deem it safe. I will also command you into horrors you may not agree with. You will become part of my web. He lets her feel each deeply. He does not coerce. He simply offers. Abeloth trembles. No one has ever done this. The ones tried to bind her without asking. Chaos tried to devour her with sweet words. Mortals tried to kill her out of fear. No one has ever laid out costs and said, choose. She realizes something else. He is placing faith in her. Not much, a sliver, but it is there. He could try to annihilate her now. He might fail. He might succeed. Either way, the warp would scream. Instead, he offers ways she can become part of his strategy. That is cruel, she says quietly. The Emperor does not respond, because it is also generous. She looks back. Mara kneels, head bowed, eyes wide. Hallex shakes, sweat beading on his forehead. Severina is very still, every muscle taut. Ven's eyes roll white. He sees the warp, sees the Astronomicon flaring around Abeloth like a storm. She looks forward, at the dead blazing god. Before I decide, she says, I must know your rules. His light tightens. Boundaries, operating limits. He imposes them not as commands but as terms. You will not touch terror outside my sanction, his presence says. You will not widen the wound above Virilia beyond what is necessary to keep it stable. You will not ride the astropathic network without explicit permission. You will not knit minds into a chorus without individual consent. You will accept containment by blanks when you come near my core worlds. You will act against chaos when called. She feels each claw settle like a chain. Lightweight. They could grow heavier. You will be allowed, his presence adds, to ease suffering within those bounds, to knit small communities that choose you, to experiment, to a point. You will be watched, always. She understands. Even if she chooses free agent or return, these rules will stand as the Emperor's stance toward her. He will not let her roam near terror unchallenged. He will not let her hitch a ride on the Astronomicon. He will send custodes, sisters, inquisitors, assassins. If she chooses sanctioned servant, the rules become oaths. If she chooses otherwise, they become lines she will be punished for crossing. She realizes that her autonomy was always an illusion in this sea. There is always a larger will. "I see," she says. Her voice is small in the hall. Power scaling. Interlude. Try 2. Under the Emperor's gaze, Abeloth's operating limits become clear. She is vastly powerful, able to bend gravity, reshape minds, and dual chaos sorcery. But around Terra and other core worlds, she is curtailed by layered null auras, custodian vigilance, and the sheer crushing pressure of the throne's light, which dampens her warp reach to a fraction. The Astronomicon's beacon offers her a tempting highway, yet she is forbidden to ride it. Any attempt would trigger defenses that could burn her from the warp. She may weave empathic webs only with genuine consent, else risk immediate censure and coordinated counter-psycho response. Most crucially, she now knows that any large-scale act, world-shaping, choir-breaking, mirror foe crafting, registers instantly in the Emperor's perception, making surprise at that magnitude almost impossible. She closes her eyes. She weighs the 3 paths. Behind her, hearts beat. Ahead, a broken god burns. For the first time since she drank from the pool, Abeloth pauses before deciding. Really pauses, letting consequences unfold in her mind, refusing the rush of impulse. Then, slowly, she opens her eyes and lifts her face to the throne. "I choose," she begins. "I choose." The word echoes up the throne room's height and disappears into the dark. Abeloth's voice falters. The Emperor does not press her. He opens her. The 3 paths he showed her before. Return, free, serve, flare again. No longer abstract strands but full scenes, slammed into her mind with the cruel clarity of prophecy. First, return. She sees herself tear a wound in the warp, forcing a road back to the calm sea of her birth. The cost is immense. Varelia's scar rips open for good, demons pouring out. The Saint of Scars breaks in half, crew screaming as Geller fields fail. She makes it through. The Milky Way falls behind like a dying lantern. She is elsewhere. Another galaxy. Another quiet moor. Worlds spin, ignorant of chaos. There is no Emperor here, no Astronomicon. There are minds she could touch, slowly, carefully. She could learn from old mistakes. She could be gentler. Behind her, this universe burns. Varelia dies in a storm of demons as Exterminatus finally falls. The mirror foe grows fat in the emptied warp, spreading its gospel of isolation. Tzeentch laughs and writes another plan. The Emperor fights on, a little more alone than before. No one in this sea remembers her for long. The ache in her chest eases, not because she healed anything, because she ran. Blood price, a galaxy sentenced to grind on under its current weight, unlightened by what she could have been, unharmed by what she might have broken. Her escape buys no one else relief. The vision blinks. Second, a free agent. She sees herself turn from the throne without bowing, slipping out of the palace under heavy guard, and then vanishing between the stars. The Imperium hunts, chaos courts. For a time, she stays ahead of both. She becomes a rumor. Abeloth of the Outer Rims. Worlds at the edge receive unexpected mercy. Whole hives woven into webs of shared feeling. Garrisons saved from madness by her presence. Some governors welcome her. Others call her witch and die when she leaves and chaos comes. Word spreads. Her symbol, white ring, black center, starts appearing beside scratched aquilars painted in alleys, whispered in prayers that forget the Emperor's name. On Kadia's broken remains, she sees an echo of another war. Cultists chant her name wrapped in cinches. On a shrine world, pilgrims split into factions, throne only or throne and mother. Schisms bloom. The Inquisition responds. Ordo Hereticus burns whole continents in her wake to cauterize contamination. Ordo Malleus deploys grey knights, silver killing blades that arrive late and wet. Every human she saves paints a target on their world. Sometimes she slips. Desperate to keep a community from being purged, she goes further than consent. She tightens the web, softens their fear, dulls their resistance. They love her for it. They also stop questioning anything at all. Her chaos wound itches. The splinter grows. Vorzen finds her, once on the edge of the Eye of Terror. He offers again. This time, she is tired enough that his fractal fire sinks deeper. She sees herself centuries from now, a fifth power in all but name, a tide of comfort that has forgotten it ever wanted to be anything else. Blood price. Her freedom buys wonder and horror in equal measure. Billions live who would have died. Billions more die under the hammer of imperial retaliation. The Imperium fractures. Chaos laughs. Her name becomes another god word children fear. The vision breaks. Third, servant. She sees herself bow. Not the groveling abasement chaos loves. A soldier's bar. An acknowledgement. She sees the Emperor's light reach into her wound and burn. The Tsainch splinter screams and shrivels. It does not vanish. Fragments embed like shrapnel. But its wild growth is cauterized. In exchange, golden threads dig into her essence, sinking deep. Each is a leash tied to the throne. She goes where they pull her. Virelia first. She returns to the hive that saw her fall, under the shadow of the stabilized warp scar. There, under inquisitorial oversight, she helps lay a different kind of foundation. Small, consent-given webs in hab blocks where isolation kills faster than hunger. Confessors and commissars watch, teeth gritted, as she knits communities that pray to the Emperor and talk to each other. Elsewhere, when demonic outbreaks threaten cardinal worlds, she is thrown into the breach like a living Geller generator. Whole storms bend around her. Demons forced to feel the pain of those they torment. Some explode rather than endure it. Others flee. On a world where a governor's cruelty has sparked rebellion, she is ordered not to comfort the mob, but to hold it together long enough for the Arbites to separate ringleaders from hungry, frightened workers. She feels every beating baton. She obeys. She carries messages from the throne in strange ways. In the warp, she becomes a blunt instrument against Tzeentch's more delicate schemes, ripping apart carefully woven patterns by refusing their underlying stories. On a blighted shrine moon, she is told to do the worst. Unmake an entire cult that has fused her image with the Emperor's into something poisonous. The only way is to reach into every mind and pull her echo out. She does. They live. They forget. They go back to being alone. She breaks again. Blood price. She becomes complicit. She lends her power to a regime whose brutality does not ease overnight. She saves worlds that still labor under administratum quotas. She denies comfort to some who beg for it, because giving it would undermine the brittle strategic balance the throne maintains. She sleeps rarely. She does not forget. The vision fades. She stands once more before the throne, the three paths aftertaste bitter and bright behind her teeth. None of them are clean. All of them hurt people. Only one lets her share control of that hurt. She laughs, a sound halfway between sob and snort. "I did not come all this way to run," she says to the dead man wrapped in light. "And I did not fight your 4 mad children just to become a 5th. Halix's fingers dig into the floor. He can't hear the whole exchange, but he hears tone. Abeloth takes a breath she does not need. "I choose to serve," she says. Her voice is steady. "On my terms as much as yours, as much as anything can be under this weight." The Emperor's light flares. It is not gentle. It hits her like the first swallow of the pool of knowledge, but focused, precise. The throne's machinery screams, cogs grinding, souls flaring. For a heartbeat, the warp around Terra brightens enough that demons in the eye of Terror hiss and look away. Golden fire pours into Abeloth. It follows the threads chaos left. It hunts the teen splinter in her wound. It finds each fractal script, each hidden suggestion, each whispering tendril that would have, given centuries, steered her toward the change's labyrinth. It burns them. She screams, not defiance, pain. Her knees hit the floor. Her hands claw at the air. Mara sobs without knowing why. Helix weeps openly. The custodes stiffen, every instinct screaming at them to intervene at the sight of an unsanctioned warp being flaring at their emperor's feet. Valerian raises a hand. They hold. The burning goes on. Underneath the chaos touch parts, the light finds other knots, old ones. The pool of knowledge left its own scars in Abeloth's essence, thickened clumps of self-pity and possessiveness, instincts to cage wrapped in love's language. She had never been able to fully cut them without becoming hollow. The Emperor does not remove them. He exposes them. He threads golden lines around them like warning runes. This, his presence says without words, is where you break hearts in the name of love. See it, remember it. Do not pretend it is gone. Choose against it every time. The fire pulls back. What remains is something new. Abeloth staggers to her feet. Her dress, if it can be called that, shimmers. Where white cloth once hung plain, faint patterns now glow inlaid in the fabric. The double-headed eagle of the Imperium, ghosted in gold, its wings half-formed, reaching not to seize, but to shelter a small circle at its center. Inside that circle, a dark ring turns slowly. Her old symbol, now nested. Her eyes are still grey. In their depths, flecks of color move, blue, red, green, gold, the 4 chaos hues, and the Emperors, held at bay around the pupil like planets on a tight leash. A halo hangs behind her head. Not the pious gold of Saint Images. A thin, white loop, almost invisible, with 2 faint, ragged wings of light sprouting from its sides, echoing the Aquila's heads. Severina looks up. "Sanctioned," she whispers. Valerian inclines his head. "Named," he says quietly, as if hearing something no one else does. "He calls you Mater Vincula." Halix's head snaps up. "Mother of chains," he breathes. Abeloth blinks. "Chains?" she says. The Emperor's presence brushes her. "All bonds are chains," his wordless thought says. "The question is whether they hold with consent or force. You will be my test of that difference." She snorts. "An experiment," she says. The light does not deny it. She lifts her hands. Golden threads, faint, gossamer, trail from her wrists into the throne's light, vanishing into the blaze. She can feel them. They are not puppet strings. Not quite. More like veins or supply lines. Through them, she feels distant flickers. Other Inquisitors receiving sealed orders, some across the segmentum, Astropaths feeling a new knot in the Astronomican's pattern, like a note added to the chord. One grim man in silvered power armor making a sign she does not yet understand. She can still move. She can still choose. But anywhere she decides to act on a scale that matters, those threads will tug. A reminder, a permission check. She hears the Emperor again. Boundaries. He makes them explicit. You will not touch the Astronomican except as shield when I ask, his presence says. You will not enter a mind without its owner's assent, except in battle against chaos or to prevent imminent mass death. You will not establish webs wider than a hive without inquisitorial writ. You will obey summons from the throne or my custodians. You will not set yourself up as a rival focus of worship. She bares her teeth. Define worship, she says. The light pulses. They may call you mother, his presence says. They may love you. They may even petition you. But their ultimate vows will be to me. You will direct them so. When there is conflict, you will yield. That is a lot of yielding, she mutters. You chose, he reminds her. She laughs again, breathless. Yes, she says, I did. He adds one more clause. You may, within these bounds, ease loneliness where you find it, his presence says, especially among my servants who have given everything and receive little. You may knit communities that hold together under strain. You may show them that their faith need not be cold. Helix feels those last words like a knife and a balm. He realizes, with a jolt, that the Emperor just admitted something implicit, that the faith preached in his name has grown harsh, that he will tolerate a warmer thread woven through it. He bows his head until his forehead touches the floor. Your will, he whispers, voice shaking. Ben feels the warp pattern solidify. He senses new orders blooming in the near future. Ordo Malleus edicts, ecclesiarchy councils, Navis Nobilite rerouting, Custodes watch orders. The galaxy is adjusting around one decision. Mara just sees Abeloth, glowing faintly, looking both exhausted and more real than ever. Are you okay? She blurts. The throne room is not a place for such questions, but no one rebukes her. Abeloth looks back at her. I heard, she says. She smiles. Good. Good, Mara repeats. It means I'm still myself, Abeloth says. And now I know very precisely where I will be watched. Severina rises from her kneel. Her knees creak. She looks up at the throne, then at Abeloth. I serve the throne, she says quietly. If he says you are to be used instead of destroyed, I obey. But I will not stop watching you. I will be one of those chains. Abeloth nods. I would be disappointed if you weren't, she says. Valerian slams his spear butt down once. The sound reverberates. The Lord of mankind has not spoken aloud in 10,000 years, he says. But his will is clear. An edict will be drafted. The entity formerly designated Sigma-1 is now sanctioned warp asset Alpha Mater Vincula, subject to throne oversight and inquisitorial deployment. Any who attempt to bind her for their own purpose or worship her above the Emperor are heretics. Any who seek to destroy her without writ are likewise in defiance of his will. Halleck sucks in a breath. That will not go down smoothly in the conclaves, he murmurs. Good, Severina says. They needed something to argue about besides each other's promotions. Mara half laughs, half hiccups. It comes out strangled in the hushed hall. The Emperor's light dims a fraction, settling back into its usual blazing constancy. Audience over. Judgment given. Abeloth bows. It is small. It is real. Very well, she says to the throne. Let us see if your way of love can bear mine. No answer comes. He has said all he intends to say. The custodes move. Valerian gestures. Back, he says. They withdraw, step by slow step, until the golden chains drop between them and the throne once more. The null cold of the sisters fills the air again as they close in, dampening the warp's raw glare. The door seals. The throne room is a memory and a burn. In the corridor beyond, the air is cooler, less thick. Mara leans back against a carved pillar. Her legs shake. Alex sags onto a stone bench, clutching his aquila as if it might float him up. Ven presses a hand to his temple, sorting through the after images. Severina exhales slowly. Well, she says, that could have gone worse. Abeloth looks at her own hands. The golden threads are not visible in real space. She feels them all the same. We are leashed together now, she says. Severina's mouth twists. That's one way to put it, she says. There will be papers, edicts, petitions, probably at least 3 assassination attempts on me by purists who think I should have had you shot on sight. Mara frowns. They wouldn't, she begins. They would, Severina says. Fortunately, the custodes are now on record as supporting this edict. That will discourage the more literal-minded. Halleck stares at Abeloth. You bowed, he says. Yes, she says. Why? He asks. You could have fled. You could have turned away. You could have tried to eat him. She snorts. Eat that, she says. Even I am not that foolish. He waits. She looks back down the corridor toward the sealed throne door. I have spent so long pretending I was the only one who cared enough to get my hands dirty, she says softly. The only one willing to break to keep others from breaking. He has been doing it for 10,000 years, nailed to a chair. His way is ugly, so is mine. If we can take some of the ugliness off these people together, I will try. Halleck's eyes fill. For what it is worth, he says, voice rough. I forgive your blasphemies in there. She laughs. I was not asking, she says. I know, he says. That's why I give it freely. He pushes himself to his feet. I will have to rewrite some sermons, he mutters. There will be arguments, councils, schisms. Emperor, grant me strength. He just did, Abeloth says. He gives her a look halfway between exasperation and amusement. Don't quote doctrine at me, he says. Mara steps closer to Abeloth. Does this mean you're staying? She asks. In our galaxy? Yes, Abeloth says. And going? Mara asks. To other worlds? To do things? Yes, Abeloth says again. Mara swallows. Then I'll go with you, she says. Severina arches a brow. That was not part of the edict, she says. He said a witness, Mara says. And you said I was to testify. That doesn't end just because we left the throne room. Someone needs to see what she does. Someone who isn't sworn to doctrine. Someone who can say when it feels wrong. Abeloth looks at her. You would bind yourself to me, she asks. Mara's mouth quirks. Looks like we're both leashed now, she says. Severina considers. On the one hand, she says, this is reckless. On the other, the Emperor did not forbid it, and you may be more useful in that role than back in a hive weld pit. Fine. You remain attached to my retinue as a lay witness. You travel where we travel. You speak when I ask you to. You shout when Abeloth scares you. Agreed. Agreed, Mara says. She looks at Abeloth. We'll keep each other honest, she says. Abeloth smiles, this time with no edge. I would like that, she says. The Saint of Scars departs Terra with a new passenger, and a new set of orders. In the Strategium, Severina gathers her senior staff. The hololith shows a sector map with trouble spots marked. Warp storm flare-ups, suspected chaos cults, systems buckling under tide pressure, a Black Legion raid in progress far from their current location. At the direction of the Conclave and under edict of the Throne, we are now assigned to a new mandate, she says. We are to test Marta Vincula's utility carefully. We are given authority to deploy her in 3 categories. She taps the slate. Category 1, Containment. When warp phenomena threaten strategic assets, we may use her as an anchor to stabilize reality within limits. No touching Geller fields without Mechanicus' consent. No improvising with the Astronomicon. Varial nods approvingly. Wise, he says. Category 2. Compassion, Severina continues. We are authorized to allow her to form limited empathic webs in communities at high risk of societal collapse, under watch with full consent of participants, and with ecclesiarchy presence. No permanent erasure of fear, no subversion of duty to the Emperor. Halix grimaces. That clause is going to be a battlefield, he says. I know, Severina says. We will fight it on ground we can see. Category 3, Confrontation, she says. We may direct her against specific chaos constructs, like the choir we saw, or against warp-born entities of similar caliber, when conventional methods fail. Every such deployment must be reported to Terra within 1 standard day. Every injury she takes will be logged. Every change we see in her after such clashes will be noted. Ven taps his temple. I'll see to that, he says. Severina nods. Additionally, we are bound by the Boundaries Clause, she says. Repeat it with me. She recites. We will not compel minds into her web without consent. We will not allow worship of her above the Emperor. We will not let her act as ultimate arbiter of right and wrong. Human judgment remains primary under Imperial Creed. We will cut her off if she crosses those lines, even if it kills her and us with her. Her people repeat, some more reluctantly than others. Abeloth, standing near the back of the chamber, listens. Do you accept this? Severina asks her. Abeloth thinks of the throne, of the golden threads. I do, she says, as long as you accept that I will argue every time I think your human judgment is an excuse for cruelty. Good, Severina says. I'd worry if you didn't. Halix almost smiles. We have made a heretic into a colleague, he mutters. Strange days. Mara elbows him gently. Maybe we made a colleague into a heretic, she says. He snorts. Those we had already, he says. Their first mission under the new mandate is small. On a shrine moon called Avaris IV, far from Terra's gold, a minor warp storm has swallowed an orbital pilgrim station. The sisters stationed there report ghost voices, sudden surges of despair among pilgrims, and a growing cluster of suicides as people throw themselves into the void. The Saint of Scars translates in on the edge of the local warp distortion. The station hangs half-shrouded in a purple smear, its lights flickering. Category 1 and 2, Severina says on the bridge. Containment and compassion. Marta Vincula, you will act as buffer between the storm and the station while we move boarding teams. You will only touch those who agree. Abeloth stands at an observation blister, looking at the storm. It is small compared to what she has seen. A localized tear, more wound than portal, feeding on the festival of misery below. Demon shapes skitter along its surface like flies on meat. She can hold this. She breathes in. May I go alone? She asks. Severina hesitates. You will have an escort of angels penitent and sisters of silence, she says. You will not step outside line of sight. You will not improvise. Abeloth nods. Then let us be subtle, she says. They are not subtle. A strike shuttle drops from the cruiser's belly, slipping through the warp-smeared space with Geller flickers. It docks with the Pilgrim Station's access ring with a heavy clang. Inside, the corridors smell of incense, sweat, and stale despair. Pilgrims huddle in side chapels, rocking, muttering. Some reach for saint statues. Others stare blankly at walls, eyes red from crying. When Abeloth steps off the shuttle, every head turns. She feels their pain hit her like a wave. She does not open her arms. She keeps herself small. Hallex walks at her side, Aquila visible, voice ready. This is the part where you ask, he murmurs. She nods. She raises her voice. I am Marta Vincula, she says. I have been permitted to help within limits. I cannot take all your pain. I cannot change your tithes, your duties, your faith. I can let you feel each other a little, so you do not drown alone, only if you wish it. If you do not, I will pass you by. Silence. One old woman steps forward. Her eyes are sunken, her hands shake. I came here to pray for my sons, she says. One to the guard, one to the black ships. I have not heard from them in 20 years. The storm has been whispering that they died screaming and no one cared. If you can make that voice quieter, not gone, just quieter, I will say yes. Abeloth nods. Hold out your hands, she says. The woman does. Abeloth takes them. She does not plunge into her mind. She threads a single strand of connection between the woman and the nearest few pilgrims who also step forward, eyes wide. Their grief brushes each other, their fear, their stubborn hope, their anger. They gasp, not because she erases anything, because suddenly they are not the only ones carrying it. The storm outside shivers. Its current meets a new pattern, not solitary despair, but shared endurance. The demons riding its edge hiss and peel away, seeking easier prey. Abeloth feels the Emperor's threads tug encouragement. Good, his presence whispers, faint and dry. Like that, not deeper. She obeys. They move through the station. Hallex speaking, Abeloth offering. Sisters watching. Some pilgrims refuse, clutching icons, muttering that only the throne may comfort them. She respects it and steps around. The storm fades. By the time they depart, suicides have stopped. People still suffer, but some do so together. Back aboard the Saint of Scars, Hallex writes, a new litany, for use in places where Mata Vincula has worked. Prayer of the Shared Burden, he titles it reluctantly. It thanks the Emperor first. It mentions her second. In small letters, he is not sure how he feels about that. He sends a copy to Terra, expecting censure. Instead, a reply comes back with a single note from an anonymous scribe in the ecclesiarchal palace. Filed under provisional, it reads, watch for abuses, but wept while reading. My thanks. Hallex stares at the line. He smiles, just a little. Strange days, he says again. Epilogue spreads like ripples. On Virelia, the warp scar above Hive Electo is ringed now by a lattice of void lights and micro shrines. They call it the Crown of the Mother Chain, in low Hab slang, never officially. Governor Holt signs off on a new schedule of pilgrim traffic to the Hive. Pilgrims come to see the place where a thing from another sea bent a Black Legion lance and argued with chaos. Confessors preach careful sermons. Mata Vincula is not a goddess, Hallex writes in the catechism he sends them. She is a chain we have chosen to accept because the Emperor in his wisdom has put a hand on the other end. Some call that dangerous, others call it hope. On the gaze of wild truths, Vorzan hears the news. The chatter of demons, the whispers of cults, the running logs of chaos spies in imperial ports, all converge with similar tales. The throne has not killed the intruder, it has leashed her. He stands before a new choir, smaller, cruder, and laughs. Tzeentch always did enjoy irony, he says. The Emperor thinks he has wrapped the little tide. Good, let him embed her deeper in his web. The more threads touch, the more points we have to pluck. The god's presence coils around him. We are not displeased, Tzeentch says. A new fixed point in the game is an opportunity. She has taken his mark. She keeps a piece of ours. She walks between. Between is where change lives. Vorzan bows his head. Then we hunt differently, he says. Not as beasts in the dark, as whispers in the same congregations, as doubts in the same webs. We will make sure her chains chafe. He dispatches warbands not toward Virelia, but toward dull-looking worlds added to the Saint of Scar's didactic route. Not to kill, to tempt. In the Librarium of Titan, far from Saul, grey knights gather. They listen as a robed scribe reads the edict concerning Mater Vincula. Some shift uneasily. The chapter's Grand Master strokes his chin. Interesting, he says. The throne has sanctioned the warp being outside the usual demon host pattern, with conditions. Do we trust his will? One silver-armored warrior asks. We do, the Grand Master says. But trust is not the same as complacency. We will watch her. If ever the day comes when his light no longer surrounds her, we will act. In the webway, a harlequin laughs. They have danced through war zones where Abeloth's influence brushes, flitting in and out of reality like motes in sunlight. The laughing god tilts his head, amused. A fifth not god, he muses, between spider and storm, between chains and chaos. How delicious. He sends a troop ahead of the Saint of Scar's projected path, just to watch, for comedy. On a remote agri-world, 3 sectors from Virelia, a little girl walks past a shrine. The statue over the altar is the usual, the Emperor in his martial aspect, sword raised, halo blazing. Below it, carved more recently and less skillfully, a small ring with 2 half-formed wings tucked under the Aquila's claws. Her mother notices her staring. Who's that? The girl asks, pointing at the little ring. Her mother hesitates. Technically, the catechism says not to encourage confusion. But the little ring is there, and no one has chipped it off. That, she says slowly, is for the mother chain, the one who helps us remember each other when everything wants us to forget. Is she a saint? The girl asks. Her mother thinks of the old stories, the new rumors, the inquisitorial edicts pinned on the chapel door. She works for him, she says, nodding toward the Emperor. Like everyone does, one way or another. The girl frowns. Does he like her? She asks. Her mother laughs quietly. I don't know, she says, but he hasn't killed her. In this galaxy, that's a kind of like. The girl nods solemnly. She puts her tiny hand on the ring, then on the Aquila, then presses both to her chest. Outside, under uncaring stars, the Astronomicon burns. In the warp, Mater Vincula moves along a route etched by golden light and stubborn will, feeling 1 billion hearts from a distance, touching only those who whisper yes, squaring every yes with threads that lead back to a dying god who will not let go. Her new sigil, a white ring cradled between twin stylized wings, appears slowly in chalk and paint and carved wood, always smaller than the aquila, always tucked under it. Not an equal, a footnote, a chain link. The galaxy does not change overnight. Worlds burn, tides are taken, black crusades gather at the edge of sight. But in a few more hab blocks than before, people go to sleep feeling faintly the warmth of someone else's courage. It is not salvation. It is something. Above all, it is not alone.